steroids.
I'm calling like
Steroids.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
he ain't a back now. He probably gets his body.
They are not authorized
I've always got
in Arkansas until we receive the information from the state
And it's in the aid.
and it'll be like
Okay, I'll send her a text just to reiterate that. Because I tried to call her this morning just to make sure she still had this.
yeah, that's where
It's good looking. That's the birthday. It's a good looking.
But just getting the stamp is not enough. It has to be in the system.
they have to go through the and once they and then we go into the and we'll say that.
Glad to this will.
These are just rough numbers. Some are just
And if it can be that's great. Because and she can monitor insurance and she
Absolutely. I know that's what you want. I just we didn't have anything in that kind of format, so I had to recreate some things.
You are a musician.
New, a math magician.
So I just sent them to her. I mean, I'm not really. She's not there.
For one round about that too.
Yeah, but
That's
that's a different situation. I believe. I think that person, considering the video,
I think we either put something in there. And I'll just say that any federal grant on this here, make it into an official legislation on this one. Like they're showing up.
Uncle John.
that was 15.
He had a message.
No, I still think that's the right amount. So he, this is all.
Uncle John. Yeah, that's why.
Interesting when you look at the average.
Yeah.
When you look at the average of the bottle, that's
Yeah.
And he'll be,
oh man, that's really, I think that was so much.
You still sound congested.
I am, but I'm still 100% down.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The April 19th, 2017 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Ed and ask that you please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Panel will oversee the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. We will facilitate a responsible and fair hearing, and I will ask that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record before you begin to speak, and ask that you continue to clearly speak into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted to the ADE website. Ms. Davis, if you will explain the hearing process today.
Hi, Good morning. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. The first few items on your agenda today will follow the same procedures for amendments. All persons that are wishing to provide testimony today will need to be sworn in. After that, the applicant will have 20 minutes to make its presentation to you for its amendment. There will be 20 minutes collective for any opposition that they may have against the amendment, followed by an additional 5 minutes to close by the applicant. You can then ask questions of the applicant at any point in time or of ADE staff that you may have before making your decision. You do have a Google Doc today that you can write the reasons for your decision in there today so the applicant will know what your decision was based on.
All right. Then consent agenda is for minutes. Having reviewed those minutes, are there any corrections? Then I'll accept a motion for approval.
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Pfeffer and seconded by Dr. Saunders to approve the minutes for March 15th, 2017. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Action agenda 1, request for district conversion charter school amendments for Cross County High School. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. For action item 1, we have Cross County High School. Dr. Matt McClure and Stephen Prince, the high school principal, are here to speak.
If all representatives from the charter and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand to receive the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. McClure, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So this is something that was discovered. It's something that we missed that was not in our original charter application at either the high school or the elementary or the renewal. We've been doing performance pay for 12 years. As first, we were initially we were one of the pilot district for Governor Beebe's REAP program, so we did 5 years with that. Then we got a federal TIF 3 grant, did 5 years with that. Was renewed back in October, I believe it was, for TIF 5. Which will be in another 5 years. So when we were doing renewal on elementary, I think Dr. Saunders was the one that found it, that we had missed that. Obviously, that law came into, that law was passed 6 years after we started performance pay. And so it was just an oversight on our part. So the waiver that was approved for the elementary school, we're asking for the same waiver for the high school today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak in opposition? Hearing none. Any final words before we go to Q&A?
I would appreciate a good vote.
All right. Questions from the panel? Then I'll accept a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion has been made by Dr. Saunders, seconded by Dr. Pfeffer to approve the waiver for Cross County High School. All those, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. If you'll wait just a moment, we need to write a written response.
Okay.
Ms. Haley?
I move to approve the waiver, and I have no concerns.
Mr. Lester?
I voted to approve the waiver and have no concerns with the waiver.
Dr. Pfeffer?
No concerns.
Mr. Rogers?
No concerns.
Dr. Saunders?
Voted for it, no concerns.
And Ms. Smith?
Voted for, no concerns.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Action item number 2, request for district conversion charter school amendment for Farmington Career Academies. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. Today we have Clayton Williams, Assistant Principal, Brian Law, Superintendent, and John Purifoy, Principal, here to make their presentation for their amendment request.
If all of the representatives from the charter would stand and anyone speaking in opposition. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Dr. Law, you're going first? Who's going first? Okay.
My name is Clayton Williams. I'm the assistant principal at the Farmington Career Academies at Farmington High School. Thank you for letting us come and talk to you a little bit today about our relocation amendment request. Do we have our PowerPoint? Sorry. Gotcha. Thank you. Just our current status. Currently, we are a 9th through 12th campus in Farmington. We have the 9th grade Farmington Freshman Academy, and then the 10th grade Farmington Career Academies. Just a little bit of a history there. Currently, we're about 738 students. We requested to become a conversion charter back in the fall of 2014, and were granted that in the spring of 2015. Our Career Academy is about 538 students. We are on an alternating block schedule, and right now we do share staff. We treat our Freshman Academy as a school within a school, where the students are isolated on our campus. They have their own separate lunch, their own separate classes, except for one. We do have a mixed choir class because it's hard to get multiple choir teachers. We also have a presence of the Northwest Arkansas Community College on our campus, providing some concurrent credit opportunities for NWAC. Our proposal is to move about 1.2 miles south of our current campus. When we made our application request back in 2014, we had stated that we were in the process, we'd already purchased land, we were in the process of building an arena and a fine arts facility there that has since been completed, and we are in the process and almost completed with a high school campus that'll be 10th through 12th. Our goals are to fully implement a career academy model. We've been in conversation with Tim Johnston at the Department of Career Ed, and we've kind of moved along that line of developing three career academies within our system. This new facility that we are in the process of building will have 3 specialty labs, a medical lab, a business lab, a pre-engineering lab. We also have a biomedical classroom as well that we're really excited about. We also have some opportunities for video protection as well. One of the things that we're most excited about is just this past year, it's been approved that on our existing campus, we will have a building that space that will be able to allow the Northwest Technical Institute and NWAC to expand their role on our campus. And we were excited to find out that NTI will be offering 4 different programs next year on that campus: CNA, PCA, criminal justice, dental assistant. We just found out this week that they will be offering a computer engineering pathway as well. So, and this doesn't just serve Farmington students. We're excited that this will become the Southern Washington County Career Center. So it will be servicing about 7 different school districts as well. When I first came before this panel back in 2014, I was very greedy. It was all about Farmington and all about the district. But as I've kind of been able to experience some of the growth and some of the success and some of the opportunities we've had, we're not bitter rivalries with Prairie Grove and Lincoln and Elkins, and and others as well. I think that's a testament to all of the schools within Southern Washington County to be able to come together and put some of those things aside and really do what's best, not just for the students in their district, but also all of the students in Southern Washington County. The new facility will also obviously allow our students for future facilities expansion, and we expect for about the past 7 or 8 school board meetings, the construction crews have always come back, and originally the completion deadline was going to be around Thanksgiving of 2017, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, but about the last 7 or 8 school board meetings, they've come back and said, we can get it done at the end of June. We were hoping that they weren't going to compromise quality and safety, but the construction has gone very well. We've had some favorable weather, and so we're really excited to be able to make that transition over the summer rather than possibly having to do that. This is our current campus that you might see on the map. The building that's designated as letter D will be where our freshman academy will be located. The district will eventually plan to move 8th grade over so that it will become a junior high. But letter F is where NWAC currently has a presence, and letter A is where the building, the facility where the Southern Washington County Career Center will actually be housed. And again, this will be open to all school districts in Southern Washington County. Just a little bit of a mock-up drawing of what the new high school will look like as it is attached to the arena where it says Cardinals, but then off to the left is there. So that building, the arena is already existing along with the Performing Arts Center. And then this is just another view of it. It will be a 2-story building, and there are some options for future expansion as the district grows. And this is just a little bit of a blueprint. We'll have 4 total hallways. We were originally exploring the idea of each hallway being a particular career academy. We're just not that size yet to be able to do that. We found that it was going to cause some problems with students having to basically run all over campus, and so we've kind of stuck with a more traditional grade level wings as of right now, but we're hoping as we expand that we can alter that to really jump forward into the Career Academy model. And I didn't mention this before. In working with the Department of Career Ed, we are in adopting this Career Academy model. Our goal is within 5 years to be recognized as, all 3 of our academies to be recognized as model career academies for the nation. And our faculty have been very receptive. Our community has been very receptive. This is the 2nd floor, which will basically house our 11th grade on the kind of the part that's jutting towards the bottom of the blueprint, and the part that's jutting to my left will be our science labs, where we'll have that pre-engineering and other science labs as well. So our rationale, obviously this is a great opportunity for our students, a great opportunity that we've got expansion of curriculum and also some of the new facilities as well. But again, as I said, it's really an opportunity that as we're vacating one location, that it increases opportunity for all students in Southern Washington County to be able to take advantage. I believe that is our presentation.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? We have seats inside, so I'm sure if they were here, they would be inside. You have 5 additional minutes. Anything in addition you'd like to say? All right, then
Any questions that you may have that we can answer?
All right, thank you. Then let me turn it over to the panel. Any questions? I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Saunders, second by Dr. Pfeffer to approve the request. Any comments, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion has passed. You'll give us a second to record those notes? Dr. Kocher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Voted in favor of the relocation. I have no concerns with this proposal. Look forward to seeing great things for students with this facilities upgrade.
Ms. Haley?
I voted for the request. I have no concerns. I think it provides an opportunity for the students in Farmington as well as opportunities for surrounding districts.
Mr. Lester?
Voted for the move. No concerns with the move. Provides increased opportunities for students.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor, and I too am excited that you are providing opportunities for students all around your area.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for, didn't have any concerns with the move or expansion.
Dr. Saunders?
Voted in favor, no concerns.
Ms. Smith?
Voted for, no concerns. There was evidence of planning and need to relocate. Great opportunity for the students.
Congratulations, Mr. Williams, and congratulations to your team. Action item 3, request for open enrollment public charter school amendment for Arkansas Arts Academy. Ms. Perry, you're recognized.
Good morning, Virginia Perry with the Charter Unit. Action agenda item 3 is an amendment request for Arkansas Arts Academy, and we should have Superintendent Mary Lay on the phone.
Ms. Lay, I will trust that you raise your right hand and receive the oath. Do you swear or affirm, let me see if there's anyone speaking in opposition. Seeing none. Ms. Lay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lay, you're recognized. You have 20 minutes. If you'll state your name and title.
Mary Lay, Arkansas Arts Academy CEO.
Go ahead with your presentation, Ms. Lay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
She said to go ahead with your presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Well, we just want to use an extensive learning calendar because we feel with our unique programming and our scores are going up very well, but we feel like students lose time over the summer. And we have also a grant with a Rogers Activity Center where the weeks off that are during the months of the year, they will provide special arts programming and field trips and other things, and for very low cost to parents, so there's no problem with daycare during those weeks off. And so we'll only have 6 weeks off in the summer so we can keep the memories fresh. And we can also, we have so many performances with all of our mastering of the arts that we could spread our performances out throughout the year and not try to load up the month of May and April.
Ms. Lay, does that complete your presentation?
Ms. Lay. Hello?
Ms. Perry, I think we've been disconnected. Okay.
She's still there. We don't have a ding, so she's still connected, but she just can't hear us, I guess. Or we can't hear her.
Ms. Lay, if you can hear us, you may have hit your mute. Doug, while we're waiting for her to call back in, we're going to have several questions, so it may be that we have to, I don't know, get the phone where she can hear us better.
Mary Lay.
Thank you, Ms. Lay.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. If you'll continue with your presentation.
Ms. Lay, do you have any additional information you would like to present?
No, it's just we're just trying to work with our students more fluidly throughout the year.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Lay, any final words
Yes.
before we begin questions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Do you have any additional comments before they start asking questions?
No, I do not.
See if you can get over.
Technical question?
Okay. Ms. Lay, we're trying to get the phone closer where you can hear us.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We're trying to get the phone close so you can hear us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions. Dr. Gocher, I believe you had a question?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Lay. Mark Gocher, how are you?
We're doing great, thank you.
Good. I'm going to assume you can hear me. Please interrupt me if you cannot. One of the things I've learned about the year-round or the balanced year approach is it requires quite a bit of local community engagement and buy-in in a process, because what little bit of research I've done on this has indicated that if that is not done effectively, most year-round models revert back to a traditional calendar because of an inability to really fully engage the community in the process. So could you tell the panel what kind of engagement and what kind of response the community or the parents have provided that support this?
Yeah, sure. It's really quite exciting. We are a museum school. We have partnerships with 9 museums. We're very blessed in Northwest Arkansas. So we have, we're about wearing the wheels off of our buses, integrating what's going on in those museums and how that works well. You know, we have the Mayseum and of course Crystal Bridges is our flagship, and then we have the Ozark history and anyway, so they've all bought in with this to have special programs in the summer. So has Rogers Activity Center. It's an art grant that we have through the United Way, a $100,000 grant to provide activities during those weeks off. We have the YMCA that's providing special activities and more fitness type things when we're off. And you know, Northwest Arkansas is very blessed to have community support. And I have a full-time arts integration specialist and fine arts director who's working out different activities, extra violin lessons and extra theater activities with the different theater organizations like Theater Square and Trike Theater. So I have 2 full-time gentlemen that do nothing but plan activities for these kids all year long.
Follow up, Madam Chair. And I agree, the opportunities in Northwest Arkansas are very expansive, but what questions have you asked? What public forums have occurred? What surveys have occurred that maybe could provide evidence for the committee, for this panel, excuse me?
Well, I'll tell you one evidence is last year for our K-8, we only had 88 on our waiting list, and after our lottery, we have 420 people on the waiting list with about another, we probably get 2 or 3 more requests a day to come to our school. And that's all happened since we've discussed with the community at our meetings, mostly school board meetings and special meetings and letters going home about this calendar.
All right, so
It also has to do with I also have exemplary leadership at that K-8 that we used to didn't have. And he comes from a background of extended learning. He used to be the principal of Baker in Bentonville, and he knew how to work that calendar very well and had a lot of success with it. So he's comfortable with it, and he had high test scores at that school. So he's very experienced at making a calendar like this work.
One more follow-up, Madam Chair. So if I heard correctly, your waiting list has increased since the announcement of this balanced year or year-round calendar.
Yeah, about 300%.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Saunders, you had additional questions?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
The first question I had, going year-round, were you looking at adjusting the 178 contact days?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Were you looking at adjusting the number of student contact days above 178?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Ms. Lay, Dr. Saunders' question was, did you adjust the 178 student contact days in this?
No, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Okay.
Same amount of days.
Okay, and on that, looking at a couple of follow-up questions was, one thing in particular, I noticed that your percentage of EL students is very low, especially for the area. I think this year you're reporting at 4%. For example, Rogers, which is right nearby, has a 35%.
Yes.
I have two questions on that. The first question is, what are you doing to try to reach out to those populations to encourage their application?
Well, one thing we're trying to do is we had a lady that was working with a nonprofit organization from Springdale who was going to help us, initiate our programs out in the Springdale-Rogers area, and then they lost money on that, and I feel bad about that. But what we're trying to do is we're going to reach out to different areas, and we're going to try to lease a school bus just to pick up kids in that area. That's one thing we're working on right now.
Okay, and I assume you're maybe advertising that to those within that area so they would be aware of that to take advantage of that?
Yes, we really want to hit our Hispanic population very, very hard, and so I have a grant where I hired a new Master of Fine Arts director, and he's going out to the programs of all the art programs in the area and try to find students that would really enjoy being in the arts and bring them into our school. And then when we get the interest, we have a school bus now picking up at 3 different areas in Bentonville, and we want to pick up at 2 or 3 different areas in Springdale and help the art students in the Springdale area be able to come to our school.
Okay, and now specifically addressing that same idea to your application, I know many times the EL students may be new to the country. They may have a substantial number of their family back in another country, and so many times they'll take an extended break or extended leave to spend time where they came from. And curious, with this type of schedule, would that cause them to miss more schools, whereas in a traditional schedule they may spend, say, 2 months?
On their behalf. A lot of the people that are very interested in this schedule are Walmart employees that travel, and a lot of times they would take their students with them to have exposure to different opportunities, but they can't because of school. But if they could arrange those trips on those weeks that we have off during the school year, then their kids could be exposed to more opportunities. And so because there are breaks throughout the year, there's different times for kids to travel that wouldn't get to travel otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
We've also worked with the local War Eagle camps to make sure that our students could have the week off that we have the 6 weeks off, that they would make sure that there's a camp that kids could get into during those 6 weeks. So we've also reached out to them.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Lay, you mentioned that you had talked about this during board meetings and sent letters to parents. Have you had any parents that were unhappy with the decision?
Yes, we have right now 800 students between K through 12, and 7 parents did not like it.
And that's basically.
Two of the parents stayed there, though. They did stay and did not pull their kids. We did lose 5 kids.
Ms. Smith?
So was this based on a parent survey or an open meeting?
we did have a meeting at the board, and we also had a link made on our computer. We had we posted it Facebook, and we posted it on our website, and then we had a link where they could send all their comments.
Okay, and so you're saying majority of your parents in your school were in favor of it, and you had a small percentage who were not?
Yeah, out of 800 families, we had 7 that didn't like it, and 2 still will remain next year.
Losing 5.
Did you lose those 5 students immediately?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did you lose those 5 students immediately?
No, not at all.
They'll leave at the end of the year. Any other questions? Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding this request? Okay. Then I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, one question for Ms. Smith.
Sure.
I'm looking at I'm thinking of next year. They didn't by chance put a break in the assessment calendar. I didn't have a chance to really look to see what next year's assessment calendar looks like in that window.
We looked at it.
Okay. I figured you might, Ms. Lay. I just thought of it as I was looking at your calendar. That would have been an inopportune time to take a break. So.
I think you're going to be real excited when you see our assessments this year. I can't wait. You're going to be really pleased.
We always love good news. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Okay. Any other questions? Then I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion's been made by Dr. Gocher. Dr. Saunders, did you second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Dr. Saunders to approve the request. Any discussion?
I have a comment afterwards to Ms. Lay, just to.
All right.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is passed. And Ms. Lay, if you'll stay on the line, we will write our responses and then read those to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be with you.
That's quite all right. It's difficult to come down for a few minutes.
Yeah. I'd rather spend our money, gas money on violin.
Good choice.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for. I fully support, but have a few concerns, and namely, and I have this in quotations, called the maintenance of stakeholder support. I feel it must be monitored for this to be truly successful.
Ms. Haley?
I voted for the request. I have no concerns.
Mr. Lester?
For the request, I have no concerns with the year-round schedule.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I voted for the request. The school has gotten input and put much consideration. The approval supports their local decision-making.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it with a majority of the school support as well as community support. I don't have any concerns at this time.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor of it. I thought that it provides more flexibility to take advantage of learning opportunities.
Ms. Smith?
I voted for, but I do have some concerns regarding parent input, but it was presented today that the majority supports the calendar change. I encourage you to continue to receive feedback from your parents and community throughout the year. I'll just say that out of 800 folks, I mean, and only 7 pulled. It just, I would like to know if, I mean, I would encourage you to do a paper survey of your parents for more input, just because 7 voiced concerns. There may have been more that had concerns. So I just have a little bit of uneasiness about that, but I know there is research out there that supports it, so I just encourage you to continue to look for input from your community and from your parents.
And Dr. Gocher?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Smith. That phrase, maintenance of stakeholder support, I got from an actual research and meta-analysis on the year-round model. And I think, Ms. Lay, and I'll have this conversation with you outside of the meeting just to give you a couple of pieces of information. But the success of this, although it may have the support, there are multiple unintended consequences of a year-round model. And while it does address wonderful opportunities for your kids, that maintenance of stakeholder support, you're going to have to keep this, this process, probably have ongoing parent meetings, et cetera, because there will be some concerns as you go down the road according to what we've read. So anyway, while we support it, I'll visit with you off mic sometime. Does that sound good?
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Lay.
Congratulations, Ms. Lay, and good luck to you. We look forward to hearing your success on the assessments as well as the calendar.
I look forward to hearing lots of you this year. It's been a great, fascinating, wonderful year, so thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, as we prepare for the next 2 agenda items, is there a preference on the order that we take topics such as governance, finance, academics? Anybody have a preference? Would you like to kind of group those questions together so that we can have some meaning making?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that's a wise suggestion. Since we've got so much support here, I think beginning with the fiscal issues might be a great beginning, because those are issues that are very quantitative in nature, very fact-based, and maybe just a suggestion. Mr. Rogers, do you have any issue with that? I see your team is ready. We could start with the fiscal issues, and then what happens after that, I'm open to my panels or my fellow colleagues.
Would you all like to take a quick break and refresh your coffee?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll take about an 8-minute break, and then we'll resume with agenda item 4. Ms. Davis, will you go over the procedures?
The hearing procedures for the next two action items will be a little different than the ones you did this morning or that you did previously. It'll be after getting sworn in, everybody who wants to provide testimony. The applicant will have 20 minutes to present its case to you regarding any kind of modification or probation or revocation of its charter. After that, you may ask any questions of the applicant or of any ADE staff. If anybody here to speak for public comment, they will be heard after the question and answer period by you, and each person will have 3 minutes for a public comment. But everything else, as far as you will have a Google Doc to make any of your notations, will still be the same.
Okay, thank you. I would ask that everyone representing Covenant Keepers please stand. And is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Ms. Perry?
No, sir. I'm sorry, no, ma'am.
Okay. If you will raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Mary Perry, you're recognized.
Good morning. Mary Perry, Division of Learning Services. At its regularly scheduled meeting on March 9, 2017, the State Board of Education formally requested that the Charter Authorizing Panel review Covenant Keepers Charter School regarding academic performance. During the March 15, 2017 Charter Authorizing Panel meeting, the panel discussed the board's request and voted to conduct a review at today's meeting. As stated in the March 17, 2017 hearing letter to Covenant Keepers, included in the panel agenda packet for today, possible actions allowed by the statute include placing the school on probation, modifying the open enrollment charter, and/or revoking the charter. Included in the agenda packet are documents prepared by the Arkansas Department of Education staff, documents submitted by the charter, and the presentation prepared by the charter for the panel. Representatives of the charter are present to begin the presentation. Dr. Valerie Tatum, Superintendent of Covenant Keepers, is here to begin.
And just so that the panel knows, you do have board members in attendance today. Is that correct?
Yes, we have 3.
Right. Dr. Tatum, you're recognized.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Tatum from Covenant Keepers Charter School, and we're so excited to come before you to really share the impactful things that have been going on this year. But just a note of reminder that we were just a little bit before you, February the 17th of 2016. So we have our first year of data. As Ms. Barnes wanted to know, there were some grave concerns. So we wanted to really just start there if we could. At the February 17, 2016, try to answer those questions, because she needed to see 2 years, but we bought first year, and just be mindful that we are in the midst of ACT Aspire as we are speaking now. Well, not like right now, but on tomorrow we begin again. So just to pretty much prepare you for where we're going as far as removing ourselves or taking ourselves away from academic distress. Our vision, mission, our mission is to change the trajectory of students' academic path through the development of higher order thinking skills, peacemaking strategies, and leadership abilities within a culture of high expectations. Our vision is to help academically underserved students rise above their circumstances as a result of a collaborative learning effort of our faculty, staff, parents, students, and our wonderful community. Students will strive for a continual improvement and high school readiness. Now, Ms. Jones and I will share the PowerPoint presentation along with Ms. Whip, so she'll come and I'll be back.
All right, a history of Covenant Keepers. We are serving the 72209 zip code, and this is Jenna Jones from Covenant Keepers Charter. I'm the data coordinator and the internal school improvement specialist. In 2013, we were granted a 3-year renewal. We requested to move the high school LEA 6044703, And we requested to move our middle school to 5615 at Geyer Springs Road. In 2016, as Dr. Tatum stated, we were here in February, and 6 voted yes for our renewal to be granted for 3 years, and 2 voted no in favor of a 5-year renewal. During March 31st meeting, the State Board of Education in 2016 unanimously approved our 3-year renewal. We'd like to discuss the coordination that we've had with Dr. Denise Arola to take a closer look at our school-wide concordance scores for the past 3 years, as these schools are what determine our academic distress status. The 2014 concordance score was 43.06%, with 2015 with a 42.986%, and our 2016 concordance score was 50.896%. Giving us a 3-year average of 45.839%. As you can see, since we have that percentage, it still means that we're classified as academic distress, but our proficiency increased last year by almost 8%, according to the concordance. Our growth or value added, as determined by the concordance, was also similar to the average of schools in the state, with our growth at 80.40% and the state average at 80.85%. Our students also showed improvement on their ACT Aspire interim assessments this year. These percentages are based on ACT Aspire's linking study, predicting that if a student meets a certain score, they're predicted to score proficient on the ACT Aspire summative assessment. We started off the school year with only 14% proficient in reading, 15% in math, and 31% in English. But by interim 3, they had grown from 30 to 31% in reading, 30% in math, and 61% proficient in English. Looking at the percentage of students who scored proficient in 2015-16 compared with our interim assessment predictions for 2016-17, we're projected to continue our pattern of improvement. This is taken directly from our percent proficient as it is on the ESCA flexibility document. As students do not take all parts of the ACT Aspire during interims, I'm only showing the reading score as a comparison to the ELA score. On last year's ACT Aspire summative test, only 19.72% of our students scored proficient in math, but this year we're projected to have 30% of our students score ready. Now I'd like to show you some growth from our students at Covenant Keepers. Dr. Sarah McKenzie from the Office for Education Policy at the University of Arkansas assisted us with this data, but unfortunately she could not join us today. Arkansas's growth model measures how much students grew academically compared to how much we thought the student would grow based on prior test performance. This example slide shows a single student score from grades 3 through 7, and these scores are used to predict the student's score in 8th grade. If the student actually scores at the green level, that is more growth than expected. The blue level is at expected, and the red level is less than expected. Each student's growth scores are averaged at the school level to get a measure of how effective the school is, and this measure is based on state assessments. Compared to the schools serving similar populations, which is 6th through 8th grade, over 90% free and reduced lunch, Covenant Keepers has the highest growth score and the highest percentage of at-risk students who met or exceeded an ELA or math on the ACT Aspire, even though CK serves a greater percentage of free and reduced lunch students than these listed below. I also want to highlight that the percentage of our students meeting or exceeded in our tag groups is higher than those schools as well. This value-added growth chart shows the relationship between growth on the vertical axis and the percentage of free and reduced lunch for all schools in the state serving students in middle school, grades 6 through 8. You can see that there's a negative relationship between growth and free and reduced lunch. The higher the poverty level, the lower the growth. But compared with other schools throughout the state serving students in grades 6 through 8, Covenant Keepers is exceeding growth for the level of free and reduced lunch students. You can see the green dot is Covenant Keepers, and the orange dots are the other 3 middle schools in Little Rock that we compared ourselves to. We believe that students who continue at Covenant Keepers for 3 years, from 6th grade all the way through 8th grade, show evidence of the greatest growth out of the students in our school. This year, 28 of our 8th grade students have been with CK since 6th grade, and this is approximately 50% of the class. Using a correlation table of ACT Aspire with NWEA scores, we looked at 6th grade NWEA MAP entrance data from fall 2014 and compared it to 8th grade ACT Aspire interim 3 results. At the beginning of 6th grade, only 2 of the students would have been predicted to meet the benchmark readiness on the ACT Aspire reading assessment if it had been administered. But now 10 students are predicted to meet readiness benchmark on the ACT Aspire as 8th grade students based on the interim 3 results on the ACT Aspire. At the beginning of 6th grade, this cohort of students, 0 students would have been predicted to meet readiness benchmarks on the math ACT Aspire assessment if it had been administered. But now 6 of those students who've been with us for 3 years are predicted to meet readiness benchmarks as 8th grade students based on interim 3 results. Covenant Keepers has not only shown academic progress since our last review, but has also shown gains in fostering a positive school culture. Comparing 2015 to this school year, the number of students with 5 or more referrals has decreased from 50 students with 5 or more referrals to 27 students. We attribute this success to our one-on-one mediation meetings between teacher and student, our parent reflection meetings, our mental health professionals on campus, and the use of Swiss software to collect and analyze student referral data for the purpose of decreasing future referrals. Out of these 27 students with 5 or more referrals, 8 of the students are returning students, and only 3 have been with us for all 3 years of school. So this shows as students become more accustomed to our school culture and more services are offered to those students, they're less likely to receive multiple referrals for behavioral infractions. Dr. Tatum will now discuss what we're doing to strengthen our teachers and our leadership team.
Over the past year, we have always prized ourselves on professional development. And so we wanted to grow within and really developed the great leaders, teacher leaders, as well as leadership team that we have on board. So with that, we wanted to just share our opportunities of teachers leadership team to be a part of some of the invested organizations that are listed. So we have a leadership team initiative, 2017. Ms. Jones is going to be a part of Impact Arkansas, which is a fellowship with that is done by the Waltons, and they've actually asked for 3 other teachers and leadership team members to be a part of that as well. So we look for them to go and be a part of that 2017 this fall as well. RISE, Arkansas, the Reading Initiative for Student Excellence. We've been slated to attend a meeting on Thursday, March 18th, because again, we're always looking for ways to be a part on how we can impact Covenant Keepers. Of course, we could not bring our school, our students, and our parents and teachers to you, so we wanted to just take time and give you a snippet of the voices from within and what they're saying about Covenant Keepers.
Covenant Keepers is all about not only education but also family.
They're really nice people that you can trust. You get to learn a lot here.
And the personalized learning that Covenant Keepers offers my child.
The students here are so very well mannered, and they like to learn and never put anything forth negative attitude. They always put forth positive.
After my first week, I really understood that I had the opportunity to not only work in an environment that is going to grow me, but I could also work in an environment that's going to grow the students as well. So because I understood that from working at Covenant Keepers, from teaching at Covenant Keepers, and having the support of the staff, having support of the director, having support of the community, I was able to grow me and grow the students as well.
Está cerca de mi casa y pues me gusta la enseñanza que les dan aquí. Después mi sobrino está en esta escuela y me gusta la enseñanza que le han dado la maestra, la directora.
What my mom said was that it's close to our house and my cousin Carlos Blanding, he just learned a lot of stuff and she wants me to be like him. And she says that the school is a great school and it's taught me a lot and it challenged me to my best.
So here at Covenant Keepers, we focus on the students. As a teacher, that's my goal throughout everything. Everything I do, and there's a lot that we do, is always focused on what will help our students succeed. So everything that I do, be it in the classroom, be it after school, reviewing data, looking at those things, it's always with the point of view of what's going to help my students in my classroom.
And finally, the impactful things could not have happened without Dr. Weil and Ms. Sharisa White, that has always challenged us to think outside of where we are and really hone in on all of our student needs, not just academically, but socially and emotionally, which has really made a difference in providing our students, families, the wraparound services we needed to really make sure that student achievement was happening in our building. Ms. Sharisa White has helped us tell our story. She's edited, she's cut out the fluff and things that may not be working. Through our leadership team, she has made some painful statements where we've left with tears, but now we want to just give a huge shout out to Dr. Weil and Ms. Sharisa White for taking on such a challenge at Covenant Keepers and helping us to look at ourselves through the light of who we really are. I also want to give shout out to Scott Smith, APSRC, which is an excellent team that has come on board. They have helped us for many, many years. And even up to yesterday in calling, making sure that everything was going, that we had everything that we needed. So they have also lended themselves an instructional specialist, Elizabeth Shaw. She's our ELA individuals, and our teachers have really embraced her and her knowledge, and they are excited about every time she comes to our building, she is really making an impact in the classroom. And also, I can't say enough about Eric Wardroff, who's our math individual. He is coming and he has also embraced our teachers. They have embraced him with open arms to help make successful things happen at Covenant Keepers. That's it.
You have 5 additional minutes, or if you're ready for us to go ahead and move forward.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel. Mr. Rogers, would you like to start us off? Okay, I can start with someone else.
We'll hear from the AD, like staff
Yeah.
improvement.
Okay.
And
All right, Ms. White, Sharisa White. Ms. White, if you'll introduce yourself and give us some background of your interaction with Covenant Keepers.
Sharisa White, School Improvement Specialist. So this is my first year to work with Covenant Keepers, and what I'd like to speak on at this time is what have they done differently this year that they haven't done in the past. The first thing is intentional and consistent SILT meetings. That includes data review, analysis of that data, and then making decisions that will impact and support both teachers and students. Also, the use of pretest. When I start working with them, they, mentioned that they were not doing pretests. They didn't see the need for it, but through our conversations and discussions, they determined that there was a need. So now they are utilizing pretests and using that information to inform instruction. Also, with their interventions, They are now progress monitoring those interventions and making sure that their interventions are fluid, that those students are moving in and out as needed, and that wasn't happening on a consistent basis on last year. So what can I validate at this time? There has been improvement on their leading indicators, as evidenced in that 45-day report that you have before you. You will see a decrease in discipline referrals. You will see a decrease in the D's and F's in the various grade levels. You will see a decrease in D's and F's in ELA and math on their unit assessments. So they are embracing the process, and this year really has been a refinement of the process. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. White?
So academically, you feel like they're heading in the right direction based on the 45-day report and your personal working experience with them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Dr. Pepper?
You mentioned the leading indicators, and so can you just kind of go through what those primary leading indicators that you're looking at? And
Yes. So in the 45-day report, we look at attendance, grades, discipline, the unit assessments primarily. And so when you look in their 45-day report, you will see absolutely that there has been increases and decreases on the positive side. So yes, those are leading indicators that we ask them to look at, and they've been setting goals in those various leading indicators as well.
Anything else? Thank you, Ms. White.
Okay. Thank you.
I know that one of the concerns that we had voiced before, Ms. White, I think we're done with you, was about the numbers and if the numbers were correct. The sheet I have that says that there's 180 students. Did we get the number of students enrolled in the data systems correct?
Yes, ma'am, and that was no fault by us. It was where we were at the October 1st, and there was a Ms. Hill, which is our HR individual, was conversating back and forth. So the individual, I believe her name is Miss Tiffany, said to go on and submit because she couldn't find the error on her side. So therefore, if you look through the emails, and I did attach those,
right,
that I started out, I did call Miss Howell, and then we worked with Amy Thomas, I talked with Greg. It was just a lot of going back and forth. So to date, the numbers are still out there as 180, but on our side, it is correct.
Okay, so the 161?
161, yes, ma'am.
161 is the correct number? Okay.
Other questions?
Okay, I'll keep going. So I think in our last presentation, we heard lots of information about the academics and the directions we were heading, and I felt like I voted to approve because I felt like we were heading in the right direction. And then Ms. White today confirms that as far as the department of working together. I will say this time in reviewing, I've dug a little bit deeper into some of the finance and trying to look at where we have issues and why we have issues. And I'll say I came across one thing that kind of surprised me, and I just need some more explanation. And this could be kind of a touchy subject, but I feel like it's, when we're talking about having financial issues, I think one of the first places you start looking at is you start looking at administrative salaries, administrative cost, that type of thing. And when I look at what the state average of superintendents make, it's generally about $125 per student.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at your salary in comparison to the number of students, it shows up as $818 per student. Mm-hmm. And that's giving you more students than you actually have. So it's actually more than that. I need some explanation. And when I look at your salary ranking amongst schools, your salary ranking is up there among some very large school districts in average. Mm-hmm. And when I look at your current employees and current teacher salaries and raises that have happened over the years, very small increases for others, and quite a large increase from your beginning to what your current is. So I need some explanation about that salary.
Okay,
And what is your current salary?
it's 138.
138, okay.
So
So-
what do you want me to explain?
So I guess, just how does, I guess maybe I need to hear from your board to give me an explanation as to why, for 161 students, our superintendent makes close to 140,000 in comparison to other districts. I mean, that's a pretty lofty salary for the size of the district, and I just need some explanation about that. So I need to hear somebody from the board on how that decision and determination was made.
If you'll state your name and title, please.
My name is Nolan Buckley, Board President, Covenant Keepers.
Okay, can you just give me some background on how the decision was made for that salary amount?
Basically, I've been with Covenant Keepers since they started, and on the work and for us the everything that we've seen for us the board is concerned, and many hats that Dr. Tatum has had to do over the course of time to get where we are today, which is a very positive situation where we are. We felt that she deserved the salary that she gets.
Are you aware of the salary ranges and superintendents for the state, of other districts?
I was not aware of the salary rankings as they are, but I'm
Are you
aware.
surprised to know that she's in the top quarter of the state in salaries?
Yes, I am.
And I'm Dr. Karen Dunn. I am the Vice President of the board. And as the board president had mentioned, just because of the fact that she's done quite a bit of work in order to make progress in the education of the students, and although we have been on academic, distress, we're making really good strides, and we felt as though that because of that, the gain and the increase in her salary was needed. We think that Dr. Tatum is doing a good job, and she's really made a lot of progress in the school, and she continues to make that progress as well.
How many employees are, okay, I've seen one name on the list that's the same last name, so I assume that's a relative that works at the school to Dr. Tatum. Do you have a relative that works? Okay, is it just the one relative?
Yes.
Okay. I will just say that that's a concern to me. This is a huge red flag, especially when you're looking at finances, cutting it close, being concerned about whether or not we're going to make it through the year. I know some of the history with repayment and some of those things. Those are red flags. Mm-hmm. Just red flags.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Cindy. Might as well, since she jumped in.
I would prefer if we get all of ADE staff that may provide testimony today to go ahead and get sworn in as well.
Okay.
I would feel better.
If the ADE staff will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Smith, if you'll give your name and title.
Cindy Smith, Fiscal Services and Support Coordinator.
Do you want me to ask you questions?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I guess what I'm needing to know is, did you do a review of the finances for this charter school?
Yes, I reviewed the unrestricted fund balances of this charter and did the same review that I would have done for a typical school district. My concern would have been last year's ending balance was $110,000 in the negative. If this was a school district, we would have gone straight into state takeover. There would have been no question. A district could not have operated this way. There's just a lot of things in this, a lot of red flags. The revenue just does not compare to the expenses right now. At this point in the year, they have, I believe, just as the budget shows, $67,000 left on their expenditure side. That's not going to get them through. And they're going to expend more than $67,000. So their budget will exceed what they had predicted.
Am I hearing that's for the second year in a row? If that
And
prediction
I
holds
don't know
true?
what the ending balance will be. I'm just saying that they have budgeted $1,053,000 in expenditures. They have $67,000 left of that budget, and it's going to be more than that by the end of the year. But with salaries and benefits, and I just don't see how it won't be. They may have a small ending balance, but it's a very big concern.
Dr. Gertcher?
Ms. Smith, can you provide the panel a indication of their payment history, their paying their bills on time, et cetera? Is that something that has been addressed to your office?
I have received a few emails from EBD and from ATRS. They send me a blanket list each month of who has been late on their payments, and they have occasionally appeared on those lists.
So I guess I just want to bring up, if this was a traditional public school, they would be in physical distress.
So why are they not in physical distress?
Because we don't put charters on physical distress.
Yes, they would definitely be in fiscal distress if not state takeover already.
Okay. And have they reached out to you for assistance?
I have been there one time and visited with Dr. Tatum, and that was the extent of I did voice concerns, and we did offer some assistance, but we've not been back out. They've not reached back out to us at all.
Dr. Pfeffer?
Yes, I think my questions would be directed at the board members, and just in your working relationship with Dr. Tatum, how much information is shared with you, or how is information shared with you with regards to finance issues and staffing issues and things like that? Are you regularly updated? Are you surprised today to hear the conversation around the concerns of the budget? Have you all had discussions? Can you just give me an update?
Yes, we have had discussions, and I will like the finance person to come up, Mr. Hamilton, to discuss those issues, because we do get briefings on that.
Well, before we do that, we'd like to hear from the board members. We'd like to know from each board member what they know about the financial situation of the school.
Well, what I know is that we do get updates on the finances each month, every time we meet. And there were some concerns with the new development of the schools where they have the monies, student loan fund, and where we got a little bit more money than we were supposed to, and we've been paying that back. And I think that we're on target to pay that back by pay that in full. So we talk about that, and but pretty much I think that these concerns are rectifiable, because what our accountant has said and put forth before us as far as the budget and how much we will have at the end of the year. So,
if you'll state your name, please.
My name is Ed Davis, and Dr. Tatum has been totally transparent with us regarding numbers, and she's supplied us with documentation about things related to the fiscal side of the school. And I know behind me, Mr. Hamilton can speak a little bit more on it than I can.
Mr. Buckley, may we hear from you?
Yes, I want to just reiterate the same thing that Dr. Dunn just said. We get, every month we get updates on the financials in every category. And we run a tight budget, but we've always met our budget in every area.
Darren Hamilton, CPA. I work with Covenant Keepers. One of the things that the young lady was talking about earlier, which is accurate, is the spending. The spending numbers that she has is accurate. However, she has to look at the board report to also notice that there is additional local revenue that hasn't been seen in prior years. So not only is Dr. Tatum, working off of the charter funding, but she also has additional local revenue that's contributing to helping her meet the needs of the students. In addition, I want to say this. If you look at the board report or the package that you guys received today, it says a negative fund balance. That report was ran on April 5th. Revenues can be recorded up until April 10th. So those revenues for that month had not been recorded. So it's a little bit misleading when you look at that. So each board meeting, each member of the board receives the following. They receive one, a board report with all the fund balances. They receive an expenditure report that shows expenses compared to budget, and we discuss what items are areas of concern. And then finally, they receive a revenue report that shows the revenues received from all funding sources, and we discuss those as well.
Mr. Hamilton, are you in attendance at each board meeting?
I'm in attendance probably 80%, but the reports are presented at every meeting.
Okay. Mr. Rogers?
You referenced local revenue?
Yes, sir.
What is that local revenue? Is that local revenue recorded in ABSCAN? Because if it was, then my office would have been able to see it when we wouldn't have shown a negative balance. So now you've opened up.
No.
Okay, that's why I asked.
No, let me explain. Okay. The report was ran on April 5th. The revenues didn't get recorded until April 8th or 9th. So the local revenue is recorded in ABSCAN.
What local revenue is that?
I'll let Dr. Tatum explain that, but it is recorded.
And then, hold on.
Yes, sir.
So you also talked about, I'm sorry. Okay. So I also am concerned that it was unrestricted balance ending $110,000 at the end of the fiscal year last year.
Yes, sir. But you know all about that. You know the reason what happened. And so it was, go ahead.
Which reason are you talking about? Ending in negative last year?
Dr. Taylor. The fact of the tuition, go ahead.
We had I met with you back in July. There was a,
if you'll speak into the microphone, please.
My apologies. We met back in July, and there was a 212 amount of student growth fund. So,
but that should have been reflected in negative in fund balance for last year.
Yes, sir. So I guess I'm wondering what is the
Of your unrestricted fund balance, according to the reports that y'all had a negative, you ended June 30th or a month after that when the books were cleaned up with a negative $10,000 negative.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the student growth payment would have been made during that time. We asked for the repayment of it based off incorrect data, which we can go back and forth how that data got incorrect. But it was, since we're talking about it, it was incorrect data that led to Covenant Keepers receiving $212,000 more than they should have.
Yes, sir.
And we did meet because we talked about trying to get a repayment of that because any other school district would have had to pay that payment back in August. And we talked about and knew at that time that Covenant Keepers couldn't afford to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have been working with you to make a payment, and you have made that payment.
Yes, sir.
And I think the balance is zero now, that we have throughout the year gotten the money back. But to say that it's all bookkeeping errors and timing issues that you ended with a negative $110,000 ending last year, I think is a little misleading. As you indicated that Cindy was misleading, I think that's misleading. I do think there are some cash flow issues, and I do think there are some fund balance issues. So I'd like to know what that local revenue is and how is it recorded in AppScan?
And I'm not sure what you're referring to. I would have to really look at that, but I have been proactive with my board and with Mr. Hamilton and with APSRC, looking at what we will be ending with. And that's about 89, 90,000 that our ending balance would be for this particular school year.
What was the ending balance last year?
I'm jumping on it. I'm sorry. It's okay.
It was the negative 110.
Okay, that's where I'm going at, that you ended last year with negative 110, which was irregardless of what the money you had to pay back of the overage of student growth this year. So if you ended negative 110 last year, you haven't had an increase in student count, but your expenditures are going up, and you also had to pay back $212,000 that you were overpaid this year. What is your fund balance going to be this year?
And it's going to be about 80, 90,000. So, but I know that we were booking those payments through that 110, and I guess I'll just have to go back and really look at that with Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused now. Which payments are we talking about? Are we talking about the extra revenue? Because that's really what I started on. I'm sorry.
Let's see if Dr. Pfeffer can dig us out of it.
I'm trying to.
Well, I was just going to see if Ms. Smith would speak to the school's projections of ending with $80,000 to $90,000. Does that look like it would be a possibility?
The report that I have here in front of me was ran April 18th, so that would have been after the postings, and it showed an ending balance of $72,000. I do not, if they are on the same course that they were on last year, I don't think it will be as high as $80,000. I don't think they will have the negative balance that they had, but I just don't see it being that high if they have the same salaries and benefits to be paid out that they had last year. And if she has had a salary increase, then that will be. Because last year, the revenue was $1.1 million, and they budgeted $1.2 this year. Their expenditures last year were $1.4, and they budgeted $1 million this year. So that would be a $400,000 decrease in expenditures, which I don't know where that would be coming from. With salary increases, everything goes up each year. We all know that. And then they also had to pay back the $200,000 for the student growth that I don't think was accounted for in the budget. So.
Ms. Smith, before you leave the microphone, explain to the rest of us what it means to have a negative ending balance. I know what it means in my checkbook, so.
It means the same thing in the school world. They may have had some money left in their checking account if they had some federal dollars left, if they had some special ed dollars left, but they, at the end of the year, now their checking account may not have shown a negative, but our books showed a negative because we closed later than what the month would be on the ending of the checkbook. So they may have received in the beginning of July money that kept their account from being in the negative. Those checks may not have posted the bank account, but they have been posted to the accounting.
Thank you, that's helpful. Dr. Gocher?
Yes, I'm not sure who can answer this, but I believe one of the questions Mr. Rogers was asking on page, because they're not quite, it's page 2 of the revenue streams, account 19,900, miscellaneous revenue from local sources.
Right.
What is the source of that local revenue?
That would have to be a question that they would answer. 19,900 is just typically money that maybe is raised, donated, if the students have to pay money, for attending the school. The only other money that they do show coming in is the charter school funding from the state.
Can you, on the documentation that you have for I believe you said April 18th. Does it indicate that local revenue was added,
Yes.
and how much?
Yes. Year to date, it's showing 342,824. They probably have had money put in that local revenue to help pay back that foundation, or the state student growth, I'm sorry, I don't want to say the wrong thing, not the state aid, but the student growth money. They probably had some assistance in paying that back. That would be my assumption, just looking at the report, because they had only budgeted 180,000 in the 19,900 account.
And currently, we don't have a mechanism of accountability of what that source is. We just know that it's received.
Not on this report. And then if we go in and actually pull an ABSCAN report, unless they have detailed where that money came from, we can't see their receipts.
Okay.
And so a
maybe
lot of
Dr.
times
Tatum.
there's not enough detail for us to know where the money came from.
Understood. I just know it's increased, and I think Dr. Tatum's got an answer for us.
And that is from the local grants that we have received, and then and being transparent, we shared that information with the City of Fire Community Development, which is our sponsoring entity, that helped us pay for and float the, take care of the money.
And Dr. Tatum, is there an expectation from the sponsoring entity to pay that back, or is that just part of the grant in support of your educational institution?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
Dr. Tatum, would you explain your plan for decreasing your budget by $400,000? Did you make some cuts?
Yes, we did, and we've looked at the budget with Mr. Hamilton, and as I looked at it as of yesterday, different areas has gone down in the spending revenue. I was looking for that report, Mr. Hamilton. You probably gathered my report. Can I look at it? Yes, and every year we have to look at our expenditure report, and then we have to begin to move, if you're looking at it, some of the reds that's out there, because it still shows that money is available. So what we have to do is go back and begin to shift the money around to make sure that we're ending strong. So we're not doing anything different this time than we haven't done in the past. And so it shows quite a bit of money out there, but we just have to go back and shift and play with those numbers to ensure that we're going to finish strong.
Okay, my question was, what budget cuts did you make so that you could reduce your budget by $400,000? Did you intentionally not hire a teacher? Did you intentionally cut back on technology? Did you intentionally cut back on some other service?
We really didn't cut any of the classroom teachers. All of those are in place. We cut back on just some of the general supplies that we usually buy. I did look at my salary and determined that, there needs to be a cut. Before Ms. Smith said that, I had already looked at this, and we were going to take on those cuts, but today we didn't really make any necessary cuts except for in the general supplies, because that wasn't where we didn't know all of this information was out there, if I'm answering your question. Kind of, sort of.
Mr. Rogers? Go ahead. Dr. Saunders?
Yeah, my question for the board member, is it Dr. Lott? Is that correct? Yes, ma'am, on something you said earlier. I just want to back up on something that Ms. Smith brought up earlier. And it's reflective, though, I think, of an entire school. And, she was discussing the superintendent's salary, and so I got to looking, and I noticed that on 12-13 to 13-14, that there was an increase a little over from $117,000 to $135,000, about a 15% increase in the superintendent's salary. And what you had mentioned about it was reflective of the gains being made and everything. And looking back on the school history, during June 2012, which would have been prior to that, that's when the school was placed on a one-year probation for audit findings. And then later, for the 12-13 school year and the 13-14 school year, it was placed in academic distress. And so trying to rectify that in my mind, can you help me out with that?
What I was meaning by that is through our report, Ms. Jenna Jones had given us a report on the academic progress, and I would ask her to come up as well. But she talked about how our students are making steady gains in math and science, and some of the things that they are doing to change the culture of the school, and compared to the previous year, and some increases in their student scores as well on the practice exams before this exam period is coming up for the state exams. So that's what I was speaking of when I was talking about some of the gains that we've made, or that she has made with the school. Yes, there's a lot of work to be done, of course, but I feel as though she is really trying to make a difference in the lives of the students and make a difference in their education. And I know these are obstacles that are really up there, and it seems as though the school won't make it, but I do believe firmly that the school can make it. I've been on the board for almost a year and a half now, so I'm kind of new and green to it. But I believe that with the steady progress that she's making with the faculty and some of the changes with how the students are actually gaining their educational strides, we're on the right track. So if you don't mind, I would like to ask Ms. Jenna Jones to kind of.
Yeah, she's welcome to, but I think this would go to a bigger question that would be for any of you board members. Do you, on your own, seek information, do your own research, I guess, instead of just relying solely upon what's presented to you at a board meeting?
Yes.
And what do you do to do that?
Well, I have, as I've been training to be a board member, I have looked at department regulations and different things, and I went to the board training as well on how to do that and some of the things that to look for. I know that in hiring and as far as the fiscal issues that we're having as well, those are some things that we talked about, and also trying to understand the numbers as far as how it affects the school and how the school is affected by some of the things that are negative in our balance, especially at the end of last year, having that negative balance and at the end. But I believe that we are really trying, the school is really trying to reverse some of the negative issues in the finances with the local funding that we receive from the sponsoring City of Fire to help us with that. And I think that is one of those things that if we continue to work towards a better fiscal standing, I think that with the City of Fire sponsorships and with some of the things that we're going to go back as a board to talk about, really talk about it seriously about, the hard decision to make cuts and how to make those cuts so that we can balance the budget for the end of the year and going forward, not making the same mistakes over. So I feel like, yes, right now, it seems as though the board here may suggest, well, I don't think they're going to change their ways. But I believe that we can change our ways. And again, like I said, I've been on the board just a year and a half. So I'm still learning, and I'm on the learning curve. But I think that we can really build a consensus and really build our finances as well as we move forward and do better. So, yeah.
Dr. Pfeffer?
And Dr. Lott, I wanted to follow up on question that Dr. Saunders asked, and as board members and other board members may need to speak to this also, but the question was, you know, how much research or how far do you go in asking questions about the operations of the school? And one area that we've recently been working with Covenant Keepers on were some concerns that came up about staffing. One of the waivers that cannot be granted to charters is the requirement that employees have background checks as a condition of employment. I don't know if Dr. Tatum has been able to make you all aware, but as of yesterday, there was a serious issue with the background check issues of employees, and I think that most of that has been cleared up at this time, but my concern is that there are employees that are hired without having completed a background check process, and that really does rest with the board and the superintendent in ensuring that those things are followed through. So my question would be, what assurances are there that those things are really looked at and those questions are asked? And because students are put in jeopardy when they do not have a teacher in their classroom, and we were pretty close to a serious situation. So that, I guess that's my question. What is the process? What might need to be the process?
Well, I think that moving forward and presently, I know that we've had, from my understanding, there have been background checks for our teachers, our staff, and this one has slipped through the cracks. But that's always the utmost and foremost in front of my mind as far as the safety of the students, because that's a big concern. And I think that going forward for the board, that we're going to talk about some things as far as the background checks and what needs to be done moving forward to ensure that those things are going on. Also, I do visit the school occasionally, regularly, and so these are some issues that I do discuss, like hiring or disciplinary actions and different things like that, and just seeing how the teachers are thinking. We did an evaluation of Dr. Tatum in February, and we found that there were some things that she would need to grow from, to strengthen, and some weaknesses as far as development of the staff, and some concerns that we saw that she needed to improve upon. But I think too that we're going to look at our policies and our procedures. That's one thing that we have really talked about, is looking at the policies and procedures to ensure that everything is followed by the letter. If you have policies in place, you should be able to follow them and not, change course just on a whim. Because if you're not following your own policies, then you're not doing what you said you're going to do. And those are some of the things that we're going to help Dr. Tatum with in order to ensure that we can make sure everything's tight, everything is done decently and in order, so that we can be a better school for it, and that we can, protect our children as well. And I'm going to let the other board members speak. Do you want to?
I think you're
So
good.
just wanted everything Dr. Dunn said, I agree with, and we will basically, it's policy as far as the charter policies and hiring practices and background checks. We do have that, and we follow that. Now, for us, I wasn't aware of the past incident you were talking about, but for as my knowledge is concerned, we do background checks in all areas, and hopefully in the future, we will definitely discuss, like Dr. Dunn said, that everything's in place, and that we move on these with, looking at it very closely to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. So, but I'm sure the board is going to definitely zero in on that.
Dr. Kocher?
Just to be clear, Dr. Pfeffer, is there an active employee without a background check that has been?
Yesterday, we had identified about 50% of their employees who had not had all their background checks completed. My understanding is that we think everything has been cleared up as of this morning. But yesterday, out of their 9 employees, their 9 teachers, there were 5. So our understanding is that it's been cleared up this morning.
And how long had that been known before it was cleared up?
We made a visit yesterday once we became aware of it, we immediately visited the school because it was a matter of law as of being eligible for employment.
And Dr. Gocher, I would like to clean that up. In the beginning, the FBI checks had been done. All of our teachers have pretty much had that piece done. There's a portion that has come into law, the maltreatment piece. And so that is the piece that we pull from ADE off of the background registry. We get it from Claire Tony and Dr. Pfeffer's office. So that piece was left with the teachers to actually mail in. And so when I went to DHS yesterday and I talked with Dennis Robbins, of course he told me it was an ADE issue. And so I don't know if it's ADE or DHS or what. But then I was turned into, I talked to John Loudon, and so he went on and he did all of the registry checks right there. So in moving forward, my goal is to just take them and get them down there and hand walk them. So there's been such a gap, and I didn't know. And I take ownership of that because the background check and all of that information is given in a packet when teachers are hired on. And so they had it, so it wasn't as though they didn't have the background checks. It was that maltreatment piece. Go ahead. And then
Lorette Whips. I was one of the teachers that had this problem. I've been there since 2009, and maltreatment was not required of me. My background check was done at the state trooper headquarters during that time, so I had the on-hand copy, which I showed to them when they came. And we kind of cleared that up, and the maltreatment was taken care of right away. But the whole thing was the maltreatment for everyone. And I had 4 teachers that worked under me that had the same problem, who mailed their things in, had copies of the things that they mailed in, but for some reason it never got in the system. We didn't know that there was a website that you could go to see that information that we know now, so we can refer to it, see who has their things in, because the school literally just gets a receipt back from what you did. We don't have that stuff on file. So I told the head office to pull my file right now because I want to know, because I know my stuff is in here. She pulled it. My husband came up with my copy. I just want you guys to know that we don't just come in and start teaching. Everyone has to do the background checks. So.
Thank you.
Dr. Pfeffer, follow up.
And also, I did go out on L's, and thank you for that. I did go out on L's, and even some of the employees that have left us, they're still out there and they don't have that maltreatment piece. So there is a total disconnect. So it's not just a Covenant Keepers 5 teacher thing. It is totally, I would imagine, in my mind, a statewide thing where there is a disconnect, according to Dennis Robbins, and that's the name that I was given on yesterday with, I think her name was Miss Jacks. So there is truly a disconnect in trying to get the information delivered in a timely manner.
And just to follow up, there were 2 teachers who did come here yesterday to do their FBI and state police background, so it wasn't all just the child maltreatment piece. So
there were 2 that came that had not. Okay.
It was myself. I did come on up to do the electronic, but I also showed her the copy that I had, and then Miss Samia, one of our math teachers, came up. She said she had done it online and didn't really understand why it hadn't been done. So I'm not, yeah.
Tripp, do you want to respond to this conversation?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may briefly. Tripp Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. We just found out about this matter, I guess, late yesterday afternoon after Dr. Pfeffer's visit. to the extent that there are any issues that need to be cleared up or protocols and policies that need to be changed on the schools end, we will be glad to assist to make sure we can bring those to resolution and help avoid future problems on their end if there is a problem there.
While we have you at the microphone, I'd like to ask a question. Do you have standard operating procedures that you share with school districts for things such as this, licensure?
I don't think we have any per se. We certainly have different things we can tell them. We can certainly develop. We have the ability and have developed policies and procedures for many of our members on various issues, both charter schools and traditional school districts, and would certainly be glad to help put one in place here if it would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to move beyond that one, Mr. Rogers?
I just had a follow-up to what Dr. Saunders was talking about earlier, and the board president, I don't remember his name, I can't read my head on him.
Mr. Buckley. Mr. Buckley.
Did you say that you've been a board member since the beginning of Covenant Keepers?
Yes, I have.
Okay, maybe, and Dr. Tatum may have, but my recollection back when Dr. Saunders was talking about the salaries was that there was some financial difficulties before with Covenant Keepers, which a loan that either Dr. Tatum took, or I think she actually had a reduction in her salary at that time to help with the financial issues. Do you recall that what I'm talking about there?
Yes, I do.
And then some months later, the money gave it back to her. Were y'all aware at that time that her salary had increased back up from the $30,000 cut?
Yes, sir, we were.
So y'all approved that at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you had the board minutes to show that?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
And then the other thing I have is the grant from the City of Fire. Is that an ongoing grant? Is that a grant? Because y'all's sponsoring entity, that's City of Fire Ministries?
No, that's community development. That's a 501c3.
Okay, so that's not your City of Fire, so it's a different grant. I'm confused, because I heard one grant was from City of Fire, and then I think you were saying it was a local grant, so I'm just trying to figure out.
We had 2 local grants, and then the City of Fire Community Development is our sponsoring entity. Okay.
Okay, so
that has nothing to do with City of Fire Ministry. That has nothing to do with any of that. We have a sponsoring board.
Okay. And that sponsoring board is the one that gave you the grant that is the increase?
They gave us the money, yes, yes.
And that's an ongoing grant, or was it just a one-time grant for this year?
Well, I would look at it, if they're our sponsoring entity and they see a shortfall and we go and ask, then, of course, they take care of it.
And it's a grant, you don't, it's not a loan, you don't have to pay it back?
No, sir. No, sir.
Who's their board? Who's on the City of Fire board or makes those decisions? Are you on their board?
No, no.
No? Okay.
I'm not on their board at all.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So who do you go to ask for grants for that?
We have about 6, 7 individuals that we go to with the City of Fire, and they work at local businesses and different things.
So it's a collective group of business owners?
Yes, ma'am.
That have donations that are...
Now, I can't talk about their pot of money, how they do it. We just go and ask. So how they get it to City of Fire Community Development, that's not.
Okay, so they have a working board in community development, and you can apply for grants through them, City of Fire Community Development?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay.
I do want to go back to the budget summary report, and then it said that we ended at, Mr. Hamilton, if you would come up. We ended at a -10, which of course we had an overpayment, which of course we paid that off. So now we started at 0. But if we look at our legal balance, we have 121,000. But our unrestricted legal balance now is 80,000. So I guess I'm confused. And if you look at the history, I'm on the finance sheet that you all gave us.
Okay.
Okay? Now, if you look at 2013, we ended at 74,000. Beginning balance, 102,000. 2015, overpayment, we started out with a -10,000. You all follow me? Okay, now, since then, we paid that 212 back, come down to 0. So I want to stay with 2016. At the end of 6/30, it shows us at 115,000. So I'm going now to say our legal balance is
Before you, that's based off your budget. So as what she testified earlier, the revenues and expenditures model that you're going through right now does not reflect 115 over. That is your FY17 budget. So if we took that FY17 budget based off what you did of revenues and expenditures, that would happen. But based off the history of projection of where we're going, that's what she was talking about earlier. Not this is actual. When you go to 14, 15, and 16, those are actuals. That is where you actually ended.
Okay.
Now, when you go to this FY17 budget, that is nothing but, that is a projection based off your revenue and expenditures. So to say you're going to end in 115 is not quite accurate.
No, sir, I wasn't going to say that. If you look at it now, our unrestricted legal balance is 80,000. So I'm saying to you, we're putting the money in the school, the kids, and the salaries, and we're not going to end at a negative. So with us coming through so much money, we're going to continue to spend the money to make sure that we don't end in a negative. So I'm wondering if it's 50,000, 80,000, or 100,000. We are spending money on kids, and we're not going to end at a negative.
I'm sorry. No. And just to add to that, the fact that we started in the hole coming into the year, and then to be able to, I think that this shows real fiscal management, actually. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. To go from a negative 110 to, as we are today, 80 positive. I think that shows that they're trying to manage the resources.
Where would you be without the grant from City of Fire development
Well, we
grant?
have it. We got it.
But
I understand what you're saying.
But that's
I
why I
also
asked.
think we're going to have the issue with the student growth.
Well, okay.
But what do you mean if we did?
Well, that no. Let me.
The other school, if you have a.
That's why I asked if it was a continuing grant, Dr. Tatum, because if it's not a continuing grant, then there is a more of a revenue issue. But this is why I've been trying to figure out what was the local grant and where it was coming from. Okay. Because obviously without that additional $300,000, you wouldn't even have an opportunity to be ending in a positive. You would be ending in a negative, as what happened last year.
Well,
and so
let me interject here, and I think the point, Dr. Tatum, is there a commitment from City of Fire to always be there if they're needed?
Yes, ma'am. They've been there for almost 10 years. So this is our first time to really go and ask them.
Okay.
So it's not where we've been in a place where we've had to go and ask. I'm sure if we go and ask today or tomorrow, then of course that's like any other charter school or whatever. When you go and you ask your sponsoring board, hey, I need money to do this. If I'm not looking at, we went to our sponsoring board that we can go back to and we can ask about money. So Greg, you're saying, what if we didn't have? I would say, what if many of the other schools didn't have?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is it going to continue?
It can continue. I can't count their money, but I can guarantee you it can continue.
Okay.
It can continue.
Ms. Smith.
Okay. So I just need some clarification and understanding the City of Fire Community Development. So that is your sponsoring board entity.
Yes,
that
ma'am. Holds the 501c3.
Okay. So when I just Googled it, and it says authorized official, Tyler position, it names you as the leading person. So do you organize that board or not? Because that's where I'm confused. And like the address for the practicing location is 8300 Geyer Springs.
And ma'am, that's where our old, okay.
So I just need clarification on that. That to me is completely confusing me.
And I'm trying to be as transparent as I always have been. $8,300 is where we were at the inception of Covenant Keepers, 2008. $8,300. When I walked in here, 2008, we had a 501c3 sponsoring entity, City of Fire Community Development, Inc. That's a collective group of individuals, okay? You follow me?
Yeah, that's what this is what I need to know from you. Thank you.
Okay, now, they gave me the job to work here when we did to work at Covenant Keepers, okay? Our school moved to 5615. Now, when we're talking about the sponsoring entity, that may be where the board has things mixed up. I've never sat on that board, ever. It's a collective group of individuals that have come together and they started the school. Just like any other incorporation. So if the internet is telling you yes, it may say a lot of things out there that are wrong. We still get individuals looking for our school going to 8300 Geyer Springs when we're at 5615.
Yeah, it shows from 2009 that you were the lead person organizing that or setting it up, is what information's on here.
Okay, leading organizer.
The authorized official registered, the MPI number is Dr. Valerie Tatum.
Okay. And again, all I could say, ma'am, Ms. Smith, I've never, ever, ever sat on that board, ever.
Okay.
I am the executive director of Covenant Keepers Charter School.
Okay. Thank you.
Ooh, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Tatum, would you clear up another confusion? In some of our wording and some of our conversation, there's kind of been a distinction between local board and board. So help us walk through that.
Our local board are the ones that's standing here today.
And how many people are on that?
7.
And sometimes another board is referenced, and that's when you're referencing the board of
when
city
I say
fire.
another board, I think of the sponsoring entity.
Gotcha.
I just call them a board.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask one more?
Just to let you know, on another website, it gives the address for City of Fire Community Development as 5615 Geyer Springs, the second address you gave me.
Yes, ma'am.
So specifically your school.
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Smith, I'm as transparent as it comes. I have no reason to deviate from that. I cannot, I don't have that.
So who do you go to? Who right now is the chief person on, when you're going to them to ask them for money, who is the person, the contact person you go to?
I go to, you want me to say the name?
Yes.
Miss Diane Jackson. I go to her.
Mr. Rogers, you have another question?
Is APSRC still working with you?
Oh, yes, greatly.
Can I ask them a question, a finance question?
Yes. Yes.
Scott McRae, Finance Specialist, APSRC.
How often are you working with Covenant Keepers right now?
Recently, I think in the last couple of months, not as much as at the beginning of the year when we had the issues with the student growth funding. At the beginning of the year, there was plans put in place to get that negative 110 balance back up to a positive. We did most of our work at the beginning of the year. Recently, the fund balances have looked good compared to the negative 110. So we haven't worked with them quite as much recently.
When's the last time you were working with them?
It's probably been January, February.
And is that because y'all don't have any other concerns with how their fund balance is going to end? So financially, y'all think they're good and y'all just haven't been there, or is there something else?
Well, their current legal balance through March was $121,000, which, for a charter school, they're not going to carry over a large amount of money. You know, there's really not a balance that's required,
Right.
you know, to end with, as long as they can, you know, obviously pay their bills. So, you know, if they end with, you know, 40, 50, $60,000, you know, it's all up to the local board if that's enough to, you know, move into the next year.
So, in y'all, in APSRC's mind, everything's good with them, which is why we haven't been there in January. That's really what I'm,
Yes, just looking at the legal balance currently, with 3 months to go. If they continue to go on the same path they have been, you know, they should end with a positive number.
okay. That's,
Mr. McRae, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any method or procedure where you periodically look at a charter school to see how they're doing financially so that you can be a step ahead and prevent issues? Or is it a wait for them to call you model?
Oh, no. I have certain things I do just sitting in my office. We have programs that we look at to track balances and just making sure they're, you know, in the positive and they're working through their budget or working towards their budget.
So you would alert Dr. Tatum if you saw a red flag or a potential red
Oh,
flag?
yes, absolutely. And I did, you know, yesterday, in relation to this this finance report that was presented.
You alerted her to an issue?
Yes, you know, just with the negative balance, that negative balance is not an accurate picture of their fund balance because it was generated before revenue was posted for March. You know, the report shows a negative 14,000, but the actual number, their unrestricted legal balance is 80,251 through March.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Smith?
Is it possible for us to just take like a 10-minute break? I need to get some understanding about something, and I would like to talk to legal. Can I do that?
Sure. And Mr. Tomlinson, is he here from Standards?
Yes.
Okay. When we come back, I'd like to hear from you as well.
Is that okay?
Yes, 10-minute break.
19484.
Hey, did you know who I need to send that applicant to on the last name fee?
No, but Melissa's right back here. We just need to ask her.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot to check Monday. You didn't remind me Monday morning.
All right, let me just email Melissa.
Mr. Tomlinson, if you'll prepare yourself, we're waiting on 2 panel members, and then I'm going to have questions regarding your accreditation report. Okay, Mr. Tomlinson, if you would come to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Nath Tomlinson, Standards Monitoring Unit.
Mr. Tomlinson, if you would walk us through the accreditation report and kind of give us a little bit of information about, you have some lettering there, I's and C's and J's. If you'll kind of walk us through that report.
Okay. The report you're referring to is the initial accreditation report, and it's an October 1 snapshot of everything that's in ESCO and EBSCAN. And the codes that you're looking at is something we use internally. The I is invalid data. This is like 6-8 school, and all these first ones are dealing with the 9-12, the 38 required courses and courses that are for 9-12 grades. So none of this would apply to any of the situation with a 6-8 school. On the second page down at the bottom, you'll see a C. That's just a corrected exception. We call everything comes out on the initial report are exceptions. And then we go in and validate them as to whether they are accurate or they don't really apply. And then that is a code that we use. Due to the waivers that they have, licensure and qualified personnel, just about everything comes off.
And then as we move on to page 4, there's a J.
Let's see, page 4, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's a job code violation. John Scroggins was actually, they entered the wrong job code for him. He's not necessarily a special education supervisor, so the J was a job code. They'd entered it in wrong into ABSCAN, and that's how we corrected to move it.
So it has been corrected?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything on their initial accreditation report has been taken off, and I don't know if I sent somebody, I don't know if I sent the final copy out or not. It just came out in the last few days, and they'll be mailed out this week. They'll receive a final accreditation report, and on the district page, which is the first page, it'll have no exceptions found. And then on the actual school, it'll say they're accredited, also with no exceptions found. And then it's always confusing to the school districts because they don't really understand what they're looking at until they call and explain in a panic. The standards annual override report, that's everything that we have removed, and it comes off, and so they have a record of what we actually removed off of the report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Tomlinson? Can we move to special ed conversation? Who's here to speak on regarding special ed?
We have someone from finance, we have someone from non-traditional programs, one of our program advisors, Kristen Hughes, and we have Dr. Jody Fields for IDE data. We could ask Kristen to come up first.
Okay. If you'll state your name and title, please.
Kristen Hughes, Special Education Unit.
So I think Kristen can just give a one or two liner in terms of monitoring with Covenant Keepers, and it was last year?
Yes,
Okay.
it was the 15-16 school year. They reported one special education teacher and a child count of 13 students.
And were there any monitoring findings?
They went through the self-monitoring process first. They reported back 100% compliance. I then requested to review 2 of those folders that they reviewed just to verify their findings. I did find areas of possible non-compliance. Worked with Mr. Scroggins during a 90-day verification period. On March 17th, 22nd, and 31st, they provided additional evidence that cleared out those possible areas of noncompliance.
So there weren't any egregious findings?
No, there was not a finding.
Okay, thank you. Any other special ed considerations or concerns?
I think there were a couple of coding errors that have been corrected. If you want Dr. Fields to come up, it's up to you all.
Dr. Fields?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She had to
She's
go
not
to
in
a
the room right
conference
now.
call.
Oh.
There were a couple of coding errors in terms of students reported on a December 1 child count that were entered in one system and not another. And Jody has worked, Dr. Fields has worked with, I think, Mr. Scroggins to correct those. There was a teacher, Mr. Scroggins, that was reported incorrectly, and that was noted earlier in standards, and that's been corrected as well.
So there are no outstanding issues in special ed. Okay, thank you.
I believe Ms. Pepper Wiley is here from finance, and I believe she told me that they had overexpended. Possibly we might ask Pepper and Chris Foley to come up.
State your name and title for the record, please.
I'm Chris Foley, Finance Administrator in Special Ed. Pepper Wiley, Special Ed Finance, or Camille Wiley, whichever you choose. As of the Commissioner's Memo, Finance 17041, the total budgeted...
If you'll speak directly into the microphone, thank you.
As of the newest Commissioner's Memo, the 041 that gives us an adjusted allocation amount with their carryover and the new amount for 6B, their total budget would be $33,360.57 for Title 6B. And at this time, on an expenditure report, expenditures total $35,895.11. So part of this salary will need to continue to be paid out of another fund for the rest of the school year.
And Ms. Foley, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay. Go right ahead.
I don't
Dr.
have
Tatum,
anything else.
would you like to address that overture?
Yes, ma'am, and that was where I said earlier, I did know that, I was aware of that, so that's a part of that budgeting piece and moving things around to make sure that we're finishing strong.
Any questions regarding special ed?
I have a question that's not directly related to special ed, but it was in just regard to the PBIS services that you all had referenced and using the Swiss system to look at student discipline data. and make improvements in terms of kids being suspended and expelled. And I'm just wondering, you mentioned one of the individuals from Jonesboro, I think, that you all have been working with for PBIS. It was...
Yes, Ann Merton.
Ann Merton, yeah. And so I believe y'all have been using Swiss consistently, but I'm just wondering in terms of other aspects of PBIS, if you have regular team meetings and how, if you're looking at your routines and rituals and all those things more than just looking at the Swiss discipline data.
Yes, ma'am. Those conversations come out of looking at the data, and our PBIS team meets regularly to make decisions. So if we look at the data and see that we have a lot of referrals happening during lunchtime, we've had a talk with all of the teachers in the school about policy changes that need to happen during lunch. So putting teachers in strategic areas, making sure that we're definitely keeping an eye on students and being engaged with them so that we can find out what's going on at the time and help to squelch some of the issues that may occur during that time.
And have you all discussed just like consistent expectations and rules and consequences across teachers and grade levels and all of those sorts of issues?
Yes, at the beginning of the year during our teacher boot camp, this came out of the PBIS training that we had during the summer. We looked at our student handbook and we took out the expectations for the students that we felt were applicable for every classroom, and those are posted in every classroom. And the teachers also have a policy for student redirection in the classroom, so it's not an immediate dismissal from the classroom, but a system that allows the teachers to talk to the students individually, to work one-on-one with them. And even if our cultural coordinator needs to step in and have a mediation meeting between the teacher and the student, that's usually a resort before disciplinary action or records or write-ups need to occur.
And I have one more question just in terms of child fine and students being referred for possibly needing an IEP and having a disability under IDEA. Who is the person that a teacher, if they were going to refer a student or a parent were going to refer a student, who would they give that referral to at Covenant Keepers? Is the staff aware of that, or is there a central procedure?
Yes. If the staff discovers that a student in their class may require services, they know to report that to John Scroggins, our special education teacher.
Okay. And I'm just asking because you have low numbers in terms of kids with IEPs, and then I was looking in our referral tracking system, and there was only one referral, which I know you're a middle school, so there wouldn't be as many as in the elementary, but you might expect more than that. So I was just wondering what your procedures were.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Who is the disciplinarian outside of the classroom? Who is the building disciplinarian?
That's Leonard Blocker.
Is Mr. Blocker here today?
He is not here today.
Thank you. Dr. Tatum, would you address expulsions? How many expulsions this year?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've had one, but then again, I'm thinking maybe one.
And out-of-school suspensions?
Out-of-school suspension, last, what was on that report? Out-of-school suspensions. I don't have that information. Do you have it, Jones, to memory? Okay. They're going to pull it up because we've looked at all of those things, so I want to make sure that we're telling you the right numbers.
So my next question is going to be in-school suspension.
In-school suspension. In-school suspensions. We may have had 16, but they may be the same students that's going to in-school suspension. So 16 times, but it could be just maybe 3 kids that have gone maybe 3 times.
For out of school?
No, in school. I thought in school suspension.
16 in-school suspensions?
Okay. And we're waiting on the out of school.
And what is your policy with in-school suspension? Do students' grades still count during that time?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the reason that grades really dropped, the D's and F's, because when students didn't do their homework or just missed assignments, then they will actually go into the ILE after having a reflection meeting with the parent.
And what about out-of-school suspension? Do grades count during that time?
No, they don't. They're allowed to make up their work when they're out.
I'm sorry?
At the discretion of the teacher, according to our handbook.
Okay.
This is a teacher.
I'll speak on that as well, Lorette Whips again, kind of over the curriculum with the teachers and making sure students who are out of the classroom are getting what they need. We have a program called Edmodo. All teachers place all their lesson plans on there with their notes for students to be able to refer to. Any assignment is placed on there. If it's a quiz, if it's homework, whatever, teachers have to update that daily. So if a student is in ISS, they have a Chromebook where they're working on that particular item, or if they're out of school, we do ask them to refer to it. If they don't, we do give them those amount of days according to the handbook to make it up when they do return.
I'm sorry, Ms. Whip, so one more quick question. Do you have a progressive discipline policy in that, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, and then you're out?
It's a Mr. Blocker question, but as far as in the classroom, it is progressive. If a student has a disciplinary issue, like Ms. Jones said, we have a policy set up where we follow these procedures. If it doesn't work, then we do a parent meeting. We call them reflection meetings to try to get the child in order. If the child still is having problems, then we have to refer it to Blocker, and the parent is aware that that's our next step to refer it. They'll go to ISS. If it continues after ISS, then we do have to go to suspension.
Thank you. Oh.
And I also want to add to that we have New Beginnings Behavioral Health Services on our campus, and using that SWIS data, we look at that and determine whether a student needs to be referred for possible behavior health reference to receive those services. And it's not just the student that receives the service, but also the families. And so when we have a reflection meeting, we're able to talk to the parent about whether they would like their child to receive those services, and so we can work together with that partnership.
Thank you. Dr. Kocher?
General question?
General question.
Yes. Dr. Tatum.
Yes, sir.
Earlier in the conversation regarding staffing, did I hear that there is a relative?
Just one.
Just one. And can you describe that individual and that person's salary?
That's Mr. Tatum, which is my son, and his salary, I think it's over the 9 years he's been there, it may be at 32, I think.
And his position?
He's a parapro/tutor.
Okay. And these are the kind of things that come to my office as deputy. Has there been, and I haven't seen it only because this was prior to my employment here, has there been a disclosure statement that's been filed with the department when there's a relationship? I think maybe I might have Miss Davis respond to that if she could help me, if I'm correct in that.
And it did. We did in the very early stages when Scott Smith was the attorney here.
Understood.
On here at ADE.
Okay.
We did.
Okay.
Ms. Davis, do we have that on file?
I'll have to go back through those years and look, but I will let you know here in just one moment.
Sure.
So I went back through the last 4 years and I did not see one, but I will go back further.
Understood. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders?
Just following up on that, is that, are there similar positions to that within the school, or is that the only position like that?
When you say similar positions?
Yeah, the parapro/tutor, is that the only one in a position like that, or are there
That is a
other
relative, or that's we have other positions like parapro/prof? Yes.
Yeah.
That's true, we do.
You do have other positions?
Yes.
And are they paid at around that same amount?
If they've been there over those years, then yes, sir.
Well,
That's true.
Do you know what the starting amount for that position is?
Well, they've gotten increments of money over time because they've been there top of 8, anywhere to 9 years. So they've just had a salary increase as well, according to our salary schedule on the website. So those positions start at a base salary, to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm just curious what that base salary is, if you know what the base salary is for that position, and how it relates to your teacher's pay at that base 0.
It's definitely not comparable to when they start out. It's not. It may be on the website. It may be.
Okay.
I don't have it committed to memory, but I know it's not comparable to our teacher's salary.
Okay, thank you.
And I just followed up based upon that information. I don't see a salary schedule. I see salary totals. And
It's 25. They looked it up. It's
okay.
25. Okay.
It begins at 25.
25. And it should be a salary schedule out there. Right.
And there may be. I may just have not found it as of yet. There it is. Nope, that's just for licensed salary.
And a licensed educator begins,
Licensed educator, according to the 15-16 salary schedule, is 34.5. But that's, again, I may have grabbed the wrong document, but
It should be out there on our website. They're checking it out.
other general questions?
I want to explore this a little bit, though,
Dr. Saunders?
too.
Shifting gears just a little bit, I wanted to come back, probably the board president, if you could answer one question.
Mr. Buckley?
I wanted to follow up. I was looking at, and it comes back to what was referenced earlier, and it was in regards to receiving a little over, Mr. Rogers may correct me, a little over $200,000 last year that was not anticipated. Is that correct? And so that was not anticipated. And looking at your general revenue, that's a considerable amount of the budget. More than 10% of your overall budget. So that was revenue that came in that would not have been budgeted for. And then when it came time to pay it, the money was not available. So my question is, for that $200,000 plus, where did that money go?
So my understanding of basically how they disperse it within the charter, I'm not sure. I would have to probably get Dr. Tatum to speak on that. I'm not sure exactly where that money went.
Okay, yes, what was it spent on?
What it was spent on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I believe just whatever the school administration, my understanding, where they would put it. So.
Were you presented as a board with the idea that, hey, we have $200,000 coming in that's extra that we did not budget for, and this is how we would like to spend it?
No. I wasn't aware that we were over budget on that $200,000. So.
Okay. Dr. Tatum, would you be able to tell me about where that $200,000 was spent?
I guess I'm confused. You're saying $200,000 $212,000 that we didn't have at the beginning, or last year?
Well, it would have been somewhat both. It was, my understanding is it was $212,000 that was not budgeted for.
And that is correct.
And you received?
And Scott did a revenue piece on that when we were looking at that, and it went to technology. There was quite a bit of bus repairs that had to be done during that time, and I don't have it committed to memory. Oh, and there was some maintenance things that we done on the inside, and making sure that the building was at standard as far as replacing carpet, I think repainting the walls. It was some different things that we had to do because of wear and tear in the building that we're in. And they wanted us to do that.
Okay, can you, just to get the totality of 212,000 on technology, what were you looking at with technology? What was being done with that?
Technology, we went to some type of Wi-Fi. Now, I'm not technologically sound.
It's okay.
But we went to a widespread of technology. We are expanding to be a one-to-one school. And then we did do 2 softwares, MindPlay and Ascend Math, which was pretty extensive as well. So those are the types of things when I talk about technology. It wasn't just all hardware, it was some software as well.
Okay, and then you said on transportation, there were some repairs?
There were some repairs to a bus where Caterpillar and I don't even know the other name, but they began to pretty much bicker amongst each other because it was an electrical issue, if you will. So one said they didn't, we took it to the next, no issue, back and forth. So what we did, we finally took it back to the holder of it, and Caterpillar had to get involved. So all of that chain of information, all of that began to happen. So we kept getting hit with bills after bills because of the 2 individuals taking it to one, they're not fixing it, taking it back. So again, of course, I'm not being a bus person. We just took it back to the original owners, and the bus is running fairly well now.
And so that was the one bus. About how much money was that?
For the bus repairs?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to say probably, if Scott worked the numbers, anywhere from 70 to 80,000.
To repair the bus?
To repair the bus, because it was an electrical issue. And yes, I'm sure it was quite extensive.
Is this a normal school bus?
It's a normal school bus, a yellow school bus.
Okay, you know that the cost of a new school bus is generally anywhere between $80,000 and $100,000.
I found that out, but yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you said the other expenditures were building carpet.
Building, carpet maintenance, and then the technology piece.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But I'll just have to get those numbers for you to.
It's okay.
Spot on.
All right.
Dr. Tatum, just to address the technology, I believe the last time I was there, you were experiencing difficulty of having all your computers on the network at one time. And so is that what you've resolved?
The commissioner was really great. We told him about the problem when he visited our school, and he asked over and over, how is it you're sitting in the central part of Little Rock 72209 and you don't have the Wi-Fi you need? So something magical happened when he left our building, and we haven't had that problem since, right, Ms. Jones? Right, so that has totally been rectified.
And so you have good bandwidth?
Yeah, oh yes, totally.
Good. Dr. Kocher?
Yes, Dr. Tabe, just to follow up, and I'm sure you're aware of this, according to the website, 1617 administrator and classified salary schedule, there are 2 classroom tutors listed. Mr. Stephen Tatum, 9 years experience at $34,500, and Mr. Brandon Baker, classroom tutor, also with 9 years experience at $32,500. There is a licensed salary schedule, but there is no classified salary schedule. So maybe just for the sake of the panel, why is there a difference in salaries of 2 classroom tutors of the same years of experience, and there is no rationale for a classified salary schedule, or since there is not a posted salary schedule?
And when we get the website requirements, we go by what it says. It just tells us to put a salary schedule out there. And so I don't really think the classified was a part of the requirement. So we just put it out there altogether.
And that may be, that certainly may be, but salary schedule would imply a span of experience versus salaries. So if that's not required, that's certainly understandable, but that probably needs to be changed on the website to reflect administrator classified salaries as opposed to salary schedule.
Okay.
Because the reader probably is going to dig deeper to find out where is the schedule. So that's something you can check with standards.
And that's Tripp, there's a salary requirements that we, not salary, but there's a list of things every year that we have to update and put on the website, which is
State required
student-
information.
There you go,
Yes.
yes, and so that's just, we'll clean it up.
Okay. Again, just delineating between a salary
sir.
and a schedule will
Schedule.
probably be the benefit of the readers of the website. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Smith? Let's wait just a second. Ms. Davis?
Okay, so I have looked back through the files, and I do not have a signed commissioner's approval letter, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one. I would have to go check the paper files. But in 2011, it does appear that there is a series of contract disclosure forms that were turned in. At the time, and then again, this is April of 2011, that's dated on the documents. At the time, a Mr. Tyrone Tatum was the executive director on the board, in addition to, I guess he provided some janitorial services to the school as well, in addition to Dr. Tatum also disclosing it. And there is a disclosure that Stephen Tatum was the director of child nutrition and had been for a couple years. I don't know exactly when that started. But then there's also another form that said later on that they voted to remove him from that position, but it did say that he had been there for several years. And then there's also the request to hire him as the tutor. And then there's also a letter from Dr. Tatum that was given to legislative audit that I guess under a finding that was discussed in their June 30th, 2010 report about Stephen Tatum's salary being increased without the proper disclosures. As a result of that, it says that Mr. Tyrone Tatum resigned from the school board. And I'm not sure when the removal of the child nutrition, how that factored into this, but there is at least some documentation that they were requesting to hire him as the tutor. Again, it's dated in our office, and it looks like he was removed about the same time that they were requesting that he be approved as a tutor. I can go check the files to see what we have signed, but that's what I have electronically to my disposal right now.
Sure, and I think based on some earlier conversations we've had regarding other districts, $5,000 is the trigger to have to request a disclosure. Is that right? So a natural progression on a salary schedule
It's
would not have to be
$5,000 for the initial hire and $2,500 for any increase.
any increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
You're welcome.
Ms. Smith?
Mr. Buckley,
Yes.
are you on the City of Fire Community Development Board?
I am on a church board with Community Fire.
You're on a church board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does the church board discuss money donations given to Covenant Keepers, the school?
No, ma'am.
Okay, are you surprised to know that your name is listed on with the Secretary of State's office as a member of the City of Fire Community Development Board?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're aware that you're a part of that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're telling me right now that you're not on the City of Fire Development entity that,
I'm on the church board for the development center.
okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. Dr. Tatum? Are you on the board of the City of Fire Community Development?
Ms. Smith, for the last time, I am as transparent as it comes. I have no reason to lie to you, ma'am. I am not on that board.
Okay.
I'm not on the board.
Okay. So I guess this is my confusion.
Okay.
because there are various, here's the Secretary of State's.
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
what's filed in the Secretary of State's office. And what I want, before you keep talking, you just need to stop and listen. I looked at other charter schools to see, is it common to have the principals or the superintendents on the boards of the entities? And it's not uncommon. So if you said to me, yes, I am, it wouldn't be an uncommon thing for that to happen with charters, okay? But this document from the Secretary of State's office specifically says that you're on the board. It says that Tyrone Tatum is on the board. It says that Mr. Buckley is on the board. It says that Mary Buckley is on the board. So unless the secretary has it wrong, somebody's filling something out, and it's in numerous different sites where it even explains who's leading the community, and it says community, and then you get into the church, so you've got the City of Fire Ministries, and then you have this City of Fire Community Development Board, and one of the tax forms says like 1.8 million, and that they have a regular board that meets, and it lists the 6 names, and your name is mentioned on that one too. That was in 2014 posted. So I'm just telling you right now, this doesn't pass a smell test to me. I don't know what the details are. I don't know. I don't have all the current documents, but something right here is not passing. And I'll tell you what, I started this by saying that I had questions about your salary, and that right there was the biggest red flag to me. When you have 160-something students and you make $140,000, which is what the salary schedule for this year says, something's not matching up. And then when we start asking questions about this other entity, and you're not on the board, you have no reason to lie to me, you're transparent, you're not on the board, everybody's names, the same names are listed. And so something's not lining up.
And I will agree with you, and so I will get out there and I will get that information changed. I don't feel that out.
So the name you gave me earlier, Diana Jackson, when I looked her up, she's not listed as any member of the board, but she is listed at the church as the women's minister. So how does that work?
And if we go back to 2008, this is the same animal we began to deal with, because the mistake of the 501c3 came out of a vision with the City of Fire Ministries. That's been the hassle from here to there. We are mistaken to be City of Fire Ministries when we're not.
And that's fine. So you can have City of Fire Ministry folks on this board. I mean, that can happen.
But we did, yes, ma'am.
But it's not clear who the board is. It's not clear who the board is. And over multiple times, it's very clear that City of Fire, Community Development, and Covenant Keepers are one and the same. And that's on this sheet. It says the other name for
DBA.
Yes,
ma'am.
which that's okay. I mean, if you look at other charter schools, you see the same thing. But I'm going to tell you, today with your testimony, it's almost like you tried to separate the two, which to me, that it didn't make any sense to me.
Separate which two?
Covenant Keepers and City of Fire Community Development.
City of Fire Community Development, DBA is who we are. That's our 501c3. We have to DBA that name. I don't know what you're wanting me to say or look for. Or
now I'm confused, and I just, so help me out with that. I asked you earlier who was granting you the money. You said City of Fire Development Center. Now
Community Development.
But then now you just said that's who y'all are.
No, sir.
Did I misunderstand? That's why I jumped up, because that gets back around to where I was asking where the grant was coming from. And I have a question, Stacy, who's the registered agent on that piece of paper from the Secretary of State?
Valerie Tatum.
Now, Dr. Tatum, when you're the registered agent, you're the one that receives all the notifications from the Secretary of State's office from when filing stuff has to be done, when reports are compiled. So to tell Ms. Smith that you don't know, now I'm having a hard time understanding the difference of everything they're telling me, because if you're the registered agent on there, then the Secretary of State's office is sending you stuff about that City of Fire.
Yes, they do send it to me. And I pass it off to someone else to work. Yes.
Who do you pass it off to?
One of the sponsoring agency individuals, Miss Jackson. I would imagine her. I give it to her. I guess I'm asking, how do I clean this up at this point? What will satisfy you, Miss Smith? Do we need to be one and the same, two different entities? What are you asking? What is the if about? What do I need to show you or figure out?
Let me ask you this. Do you receive any other direct funds from City of Fire Community Development? Do you personally receive any other direct payment or funds from the Development Corporation?
Valerie?
Yes, Valerie. So, do you receive any other funds besides your pay coming from Covenant Keepers? Do you receive any from City of Fire?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't.
It is not uncommon for entities who sponsor the charter entities to have the superintendent or the principal on their board of directors. That is not uncommon. If you go and you look on the Secretary of State's office, there's several listed, okay? But it's also, that board should be making decisions, looking at the money, knowing what's being sent to the school. And in your testimony today, you have clearly stated more than once, I am not on the board. I have nothing to do with the board. If we need money, I ask, you gave me the name Diana Jackson. But everything that's on file says you are on the board, that you are the registered agent, and it's just not matching up to me. So I don't know exactly what needs to be cleaned up, but it's obvious something needs to be cleaned up, because this isn't jiving to me. And it started today with me saying, how is it possible for you to have that type of salary? I mean, heck, I want your job. It'd be a great raise for me.
Well,
but I don't understand. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me.
And let me help you understand the salary. I've made tough decisions over the last 2 years. Leadership was one. Many mornings, I'm in that building or leaving late because I'm having to work to make up positions I let go, because I want to be, and I will be, the loudest voice to my leadership team and to my teachers. Therefore, I am there sometimes up to 16, 18 hours. That's why the proof is in the pudding. 2016, 50.896, 8 points. That's Dr. Tatum. This year, moving forward, I can guarantee you the 16 to 18 hours that I am overworking, we're going to have greater growth. I am working. I'm in the trenches. I'm in the community. I'm going to neighborhood association meetings. I'm going to Cloverdale, Henderson, Mablevale, elementary schools. I'm looking at other leadership teams. Ma'am, I'm not sitting there, trust me, twiddling my fingers. But I'm saying this to you, Ms. Smith. Yes, it looks pretty on paper, but let me tell you, ma'am, I am working hard. And guess what? I really feel like what I've done over the last 2 years or 3, I probably should have asked, or my board, I should have asked them when they said, is this enough? I probably should have said I need more. It's hard work out there. We've made a choice to be at 72209. That's where we're going to stay. That's where the work is. I commend East STEM for what they're doing. I love John Bacon. Phenomenal job. I love Superintendent Acton and what they're doing every single year.
Are your teachers working as hard as you?
You better believe they are.
Then why didn't they get the raise that you got?
And you know
they
what?
didn't get the same raise that you got, and I'm done talking right now. I'm done. I don't have any more questions. But they didn't get the same raise that you did, and you look at the salary schedule and you go all the way back, it's not there. And let me tell you something. If I'm going to stand up there as a superintendent of a district and tell you how good I am, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to praise the teachers that are in the classroom.
And ma'am, if you would just take time to come, because a little over a year ago, if you go back and you look at February 17, 2016, you were the main one, Ms. Smith. You gloated over us.
It's not about academics.
You had all of this going. My salary was still over $100,000. I made a decision to come back. I praise my teachers. I give them raise, and guess what? As we begin to stay open, my teacher will see much more because they are worth it. I'm in the classroom just like they are. My day doesn't end when their day ends. So guess what? I have a baby, Covenant Keepers, that I have to keep alive. So whatever it takes, 3 a.m. in the morning, 5 a.m., midnight, husband ringing the phone, midnight, you ready to go? Ma'am, it's hard work out there in 72209. That's why the growth is where it is, and we're going to have greater growth in moving forward.
Mr. Rogers.
Just trying to bring it back down just a little bit. I'm just still really even more confused, Valerie. I just need you to help me get right in my head. Because I swear, I thought I heard that you just said that the City of Fire Development, Community Development, is doing business as us. And so and so I'm not trying to get you frustrated. I'm just trying to get myself straight.
And I've gotten myself, and to clear your head and to clear my head. There is a group of people with City of Fire Community Development Incorporated. They meet. Greg, I don't have time to meet with them, so I can't be them and Covenant Keepers,
Who is they? Who? And I think
the
that's
sponsoring entity, board.
They. Who is that board? What are the names of that board, and how often do they meet? I guess that would help me understand, because when Stacy's showing me, when she's talking about that list of people there, I think that if I could just understand who they are, and then how the process that you went to meet with them to ask them for funds to help Covenant Keepers, but then, and maybe I'd have to go back and look, but I swear that you just said they are us.
Mr. Walters, can you assist Dr. Tatum in helping us to explain this?
So, and that's just what I'm trying to get straight in my head. So, what you're telling me that is, because now they give me this piece of paper, Valerie, and I'm even more confused, because the corporation name is City of Fire Community Development Incorporated. The fictitious names is Covenant Keepers. So it sounds like City of Fire on this Secretary of State's piece of paper, which you're listed as the registering agent. So you get this there's a fee you have to pay every year to state this. You get that.
Yes, sir.
And so if you're listed as the registering agent, you knew that City of Fire Development and Community Development Incorporated is also doing work under Covenant Keepers College Preparatory Charter School. That's on that piece of paper you get, that you hand over to Miss Jackson to pay to renew that each year. So you have that, and so that's where I'm not understanding when you say no, they're not us, but then you say they are us.
Okay.
And that's where I need you to help me.
Ms. Davis, are you there for assistance?
I am.
Thank you. Come on up.
Okay, and I don't know that I can clarify everything. I will just say that there are other charter schools that their sponsoring entity was created for the purpose of administering the school. I think some of this confusion, or at least my own confusion, you may share it, you may not, is the fact that the City of Fire Community Development is pretty much, it seems to be the same people as the school and the same people as the church itself. And it seems that it's all intertwined, that Miss Jackson is the one who gives out the money from the community development sponsoring entity, but is also a minister at the church. Mr. Tatum is, in the church, but he was also the executive director of the community development, and he was also at one point in time, I think, had a janitorial service at the school. The son works at the school and is also one of the church leadership team, as well as the other tutor. And I think that my confusion is just about the fact that there's 3 entities, but it's the same people, and that may or may not be yours, but I think that just, so I'm not as concerned about.
That's not where I'm confused. What I'm confused is, because I understand that there are charter schools that operate with their CMOs and they're listed, I get that. My confusion is, when we first started talking about this, Dr. Tatum said they are not the City of Fire Community Development Incorporated, that the Covenant Keepers Charter School went to them and got a grant of $300,000. So if they are different, who did they go get that grant from? And now they're saying that they're not different, but they are different. So that's where I'm confused.
Right.
Are they different or are they not?
I can't explain to all the confusion, but I know that that's part of, I think, some of the confusion that has been brought up by several of the members. So that I can't speak to, so that may or may not have made any assistance.
For just a point of clarity, Mary Perry, can you come to the microphone? You have a vast knowledge of charter schools.
Yes, ma'am.
So talk us through a little bit in your historical knowledge of instances with charter schools where there has been the 501c3 that is a body that oversees or has the financial relationship with the charter school. I know we've had that instance before with other charters, and they've gone to them to borrow money, loans, grants, things like that. In your opinion, then, is that what's happening here? Is there, clear this up for us.
Yes. Mary Perry, Division of Learning Services. I don't think that I can clear it up for. That's part of the concern here. There is, I will tell you, when you have the situation where you have a sponsoring board and a school board, the board that is ultimately responsible is the sponsoring entity board. That's the board that has the ultimate responsibility, because they're the ones with the name on the dotted line for the application. They're the name on the contract that was granted. Regardless if the superintendent signs, that's the name. So that's the entity with the ultimate authority. They may very well have delegated much authority to a school board. And so you do have, it's that the configurations are not the same from one charter to the other in Arkansas, and they're not the same from state to state in charter schools. So that's the key piece. And here we don't have the clarity, because it's hard for us to determine who is on the charter, the sponsoring entity board. Some states refer to that as the charter holder board versus a charter school board. And sometimes you have a charter sponsoring entity board that does many, many things other than charters. They're a huge nonprofit organization, and only one of their projects is the charter school. And so that's a very common thing that you'll see in some places. Here, I'm not sure what we're looking at, Madam Chair. I apologize that I can't shed any light on it.
And so, Ms. Perry, in your experience, when there has been a sponsoring entity board and then I'm going to call it a local school board.
Sure.
For that, or a charter school board, I think I'll call it that. Is there usually a person from the sponsoring entity board that is the named person that there is a contact with? Or in other charter instances, does the authorizer work with the sponsoring entity board or the charter board?
That would depend on, again, from state to state. But if you ultimately wanted to get the group who was responsible, you would want to have a contact name and number for that sponsoring entity board to know who to go to in cases where there was much confusion, any serious problems that can't be rectified by the charter school board. You've got to know who to go to and call and say, this is serious, we need to be dealing with you now. You are the group of ultimate, with ultimate responsibility.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Dr. Tatum, who is the contact person that would, on the sponsoring entity board, that this authorizer would contact?
Diane Jackson.
And is Ms. Jackson available today?
I can't speak for her schedule,
Okay.
but I can get you the contact information.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Jackson's on the City of Fire Community Development Board.
That is correct.
So the Secretary of State's office piece of paper has not been updated.
Okay.
So she hasn't updated.
You're saying has she, you're asking me has she, or it's not updated?
I guess I'm trying to understand because I'm just trying to put it together here. You receive it because you're the registering agent. You
And I
said you
pass it on.
passed it on to her. So she's on the board, but she hasn't put herself on the board with the Secretary of State. How long has this been going on?
I'm not sure because I don't get out there and look at that. So.
But okay.
Go ahead.
No,
No.
sorry. But as a registering agent, you get it, and that's why. And I'm not trying to keep beating this horse, but that's where I'm getting confused because everything comes to you, and so I'm trying to rectify in my mind how you don't see it when it comes to you, and the other when
when
you go
I say that I don't see it, I don't. Of course, I see it. I open up and look at it, but I pass it on like other information or mail that comes to me. I read it and I pass it on. So I look at it, but I'm not out there, and I didn't think to look at it before coming in here because I thought this animal had been cleaned up years ago. So evidently not. So I have to get with her and say, what do we do to satisfy the separation between Covenant Keepers and City of Fire Community Development? What do we do? Because that's a whole board within itself that I don't sit on.
So who else is on the board besides her? Because when I look at that, the names on there, she's not on there, and I think that and you're on
Mary
there. I
Buckley.
think your husband and your son are on there.
No.
It's over there now, so I don't remember.
Sorry.
So I'm just going from my short-term memory now. So,
Did you read that?
but
Okay.
that's what I think would help me if I know who is the board and why hasn't been updated, and then going back to the grant again. So. Is it just that you just go to Ms. Jackson and say, we're running short in Covenant Keepers, we need this much to finish out the year? How does that work? Does she take that to the board?
We start with this board here, with our local school board. We have that conversation with them. And then I go to Ms. Jackson. And I speak.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep asking questions. So when you go to this local school board and you tell them we're in financial difficulty right now, so we need to go to City of Fire, is that in the board minutes? Did they pass a resolution? How does that happen?
Yes, it's all in the board minutes.
Okay.
They were there, and so we've talked about it, I would say just about every month to show that we're making satisfaction on those payments.
Okay, so they have given, at that point, they have given their approval for you to go ask the City of Fire Development for...
At the very inception, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so who do you go ask at that point?
Who do I go ask? I go and ask Miss Diane Jackson and let her know, along with the letter, this is the shortfall that we're having. And so from that point, my only contact was once. So I don't have to go, because they have it from the very beginning. So I don't go every month. This is a bill that they said they will satisfy.
Okay, and that's, I guess that's where I'm getting lost. So
if you take a 212 to them, okay, I didn't have to go back and ask the next month, and the next month.
It was a one-time request.
Ma'am?
It was a one-time
It's
request.
yes.
So they turned around and just, you said, hey, I need $212,000 to pay this back, and they
I
just.
don't know what they said. I just give them the money, I give it to her. Then in turn, she tells me, these are the installments that we will be making, and that's pretty much it.
So the City of Fire Community Development never wants to talk to you about why you need the money or what
I
you're
gave
planning
it-
on doing with the money?
Of course, we had the conversation, Mr. Rogers.
But that and that's where I'm getting lost.
We
because
had a conversation. Of course, it wasn't, here's a letter.
Well,
Okay, I sit down, I had to explain the shortfall, the 110,000. Of course, I'm intelligent enough to do that. So again, I had it all laid out in a conversation so she could intelligently go and explain it to the individuals. I mean, I wasn't there. I sat down with her in afternoon after I met with you and the slew of individuals that was there with APSRC. So
Okay.
I interpret that to say, one time, this is where the problem is, and we need this money. So what else, I guess,
think his
where do you-
question is that he's asking you, did you present before the sponsoring entity board? And your answer.
presentation,
look,
like
I can't find a website or anything for your sponsoring entity. All I do is when I come back, I come right back around to City of Fire Ministries. I come back to your church. I come back to Covenant Keepers. So when I ask you, were there board members for that you went and talked to the City of Fire Development Center? Since I can't show that exists anywhere other but Covenant Keepers, I don't believe that's in there. I also don't believe that you talked to her. And that's what I'm trying to get the process figured out, because you just said, I get a check from her when I go tell her I need the money. Then as I'm trying to dig deeper in to make sure I understand, you start acting like I'm trying to get on, when all I'm trying to do is understand. You said, I take this to her, and she tells me the installments. So then that's when I asked, well, how does she know what it's for? And then you got upset again. All I'm trying to do is understand it. So I don't have any more questions. I'm just frustrated by the whole process.
And I apologize for that. I'm trying to get through the conversation because I'm asking you, I'm telling you as transparently as I possibly can, Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
I'm telling you. And so I would really equate that to a messy management of names and not really turning it over like we should.
Yeah.
And-
Okay,
and go
we're
ahead.
going to move along with this, and I want to bring Mr. Buckley back up.
Yes.
Mr. Buckley, your name appears on this State Secretary of State document as a member of the sponsoring entity board. Are you, I think we've asked you this question, but I want to just clear up.
Mhm.
Are you a member of the sponsoring entity board?
When City of Fire was first the churches was started, I was on the board. And as far as my understanding, City Fire Development Center is the umbrella of, as far as this Covenant Keepers is concerned.
Correct.
And my name is probably on that list.
But you no longer sit on that board?
To my knowledge, I have not made any decisions or anything on that board, no.
Okay.
I'm on the church board of City of Fire Ministry.
Right, you're on a church board, which is a different board.
Right, correct.
And on the sponsoring entity board, do you know, when you were on that, did you meet regularly?
As far as the sponsor,
Yes.
I'm not sure, as far as the board is concerned, as regularly, I mean, I met regularly with the church board, but.
Sure. But when you were, your name was listed as a member of the sponsoring entity board, I just wondered if during the time that you were serving on that board, did you meet regularly and it sometimes discuss Covenant Keepers?
I've never discussed Covenant Keepers under City of Fire Ministry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lester.
Hi. I want to talk a little bit on the federal federal money side. You're a school-wide Title I school, and you receive approximately $94,000 in Title I money. And you set aside about $1,000 for your homeless. The other is a data curriculum coordinator. What is the role of this person in your school as far as being supplemental to the students?
What is the role of me or
The data curriculum coordinator.
these two right here, the instructional specialists
Is that Ms. Jones?
and Ms. Whips.
Okay. What is their role? What do they do for the school?
They're instructional specialists, so they really work through the curriculum piece and the professional development training. They look at the different supplies and things that we need, and so that's pretty much their whole piece there.
Do you mind going through what you do in your? Okay, thank you.
All right, as data coordinator, I look at all of the interim assessments we've been doing with ACT Aspire and also our NWEA testing school-wide. I also help teachers coordinate our Friday assessments in math and ELA and review the data with them. We make intervention decisions based on that data. I'm also the test coordinator for the school, and so that goes hand in hand with data, just scheduling assessments, making sure the technology is running smoothly in coordination with our IT director. I also work hand in hand with our math and science teachers, and Ms. Whips works hand in hand with our social studies and English teachers, just helping them look at the curriculum and align it with what the students need in the classroom. And I work with the help of Eric Waldorf in that through APSRC and ADE.
Again, Lorette Whips. My focus is literacy. Again, Ms. Jones really focuses and hones in on the math aspect. So I meet with the teachers regularly. I set the PLC meetings. I look at their data to see where their students were struggling. I coordinate, with teachers how to separate their students to get what they need, or what area do we need to focus on. I sit down with Ms. Jones, and we go over whatever data has been shared with us from their ACT Aspire interims, and we make decisions from there as a team.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Tatum, okay, go right ahead.
Also, you receive a 1003A grant, what do you spend it on? How do you utilize that supplemental money?
Pretty much it's for our different portions of the PD, and for Miss Jones, as she's working as the school improvement specialist for us.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tatum, I have documentation to show that you have about 47% of your student population is now language English proficient for this school year.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that you've worked that community hard and really pulled in students that may be new to our country or new to our state, or whatever situation they find themselves in. So you've really kind of changed the demographics of your school over the 9 years. Visually, I've seen that. So talk to us a little bit about ESL training and support that you're providing to your teachers. I know that you, when I was there last, your secretary, I believe, was bilingual. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so are there other people in the school that are fluent in other languages? Talk to us a little bit about.
Yes, we have a out-of-school time program, so there's 2 other individuals there that help and assist and cross over to make those contacts with the parents, because the needs are so great. And so altogether we have 4 individuals that are there that's on the grounds really working, helping us provide the wraparound services for those families. And then we have 2 community volunteers that can come in at hand when we schedule them well ahead of schedule.
How many languages are spoken in your school?
To my knowledge, just one, two. Yeah, two.
English
English
and
and
Spanish. And have any of your teachers had ESL training?
Yes, quite a few, and Ms. Jones can speak to that.
I also serve as the ESL coordinator for the school, making sure that our students are receiving the appropriate assistance and accommodations in the classroom. I provide 6 hours total a year for our teachers in ESL training, and I do a lot of work one-on-one with those teachers. Whenever I observe them in the classroom, that's one of the things I'm looking for, to make sure that they are taking care of those students and making sure that they have comprehension of what's being taught in the classroom as well, and provide them with additional materials that they may need to serve those students. I also have an intervention group with our it's made up mostly of our first and second year students that are new to the United States, and really supporting them in their classwork. So they'll have an assignment in math or an assignment from their English class, and we'll get together after lunch and just talk through it, and I'll be able to scaffold that information for them. As far as additional training, we have encouraged several of our teachers to participate in the ESL Academy that's taking place this summer as well.
Ms. Jones, how are you accommodating these students with your interim assessments or your formative assessments?
I missed the first part of your question. I apologize.
How are you accommodating these learners with your formative assessments or your interim assessments?
So during the interim assessments, we allow the same accommodations that we do during the summative assessments, meaning extended time, and we also allow them to use their English to Spanish dictionaries as well. We don't want to provide so many accommodations during those tests because we know that they won't receive those during the summative, and so we just want to provide the same that is stated in their LPAC for both the formative and the summative.
And are you also the LPAC chair?
I am, yes ma'am.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I have a question for Ms. Whips. Yeah. And here, I was looking on the website, and you are a 6th grade English language arts teacher, correct?
I do teach 6th grade English as well, yes ma'am.
Okay. And then but you do a lot of work with the coordination for curriculum coordinating and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in looking online and on the page where students and parents have access to curriculum and homework, I'm noticing that the curriculum is still referred to as Common Core curriculum, and I wanted to just verify with you that you all have updated to the updated Arkansas academic standards and discuss the fact that the Common Core state standards still being there as a curriculum foundation could be presenting a problem with regards to alignment and instruction, and so could you speak to that a little bit?
I did note with the team, with the change in the standards, the website probably still doesn't reflect it, so that's something we need to update.
Ms. Whips, while you're there, and this is really for you and Ms. Jones both, looking at the concordant scores, and I don't know if you got a copy of this.
We did, yes.
Okay. As I look at that, certainly there is, 2016 is showing progress from 2015, but there was a dip. And certainly understandable, we've had some changes over the last few years, but what is consistent is that students are underperforming. And talk to me a little bit about, I know you're working hard and you're trying to change that, but what is going to make that change, and how long should we expect that change to come? I mean, the school's been in existence 9 years, and we've seen these same struggles, and I know that you've certainly done a great job of reaching out to the community and everything, but let's just talk academics.
I'll start off with our struggles. We started out actually really strong when we were doing the Arkansas standards. Our students were pretty proficient up there with everyone else. We did start to take a dip when it was time to switch over to Common Core and getting our teachers really acclimated to the deliverance of the Common Core. And one of the changes that we put in place for that for our teachers was the switch in our curriculum when we decided to move to expeditionary learning and for ELA. This really helped our teachers. Of course, it took us some time to dive into that, and I was kind of working on my own at first, and I brought in the other English teachers to help, but focusing on what works for our students, what can we remove from this to replace it with something that would really help our students more. We finally got that underway, and this year has really shown that in our ACT Aspire interim assessments that what we're doing right now is really working. And I think it was just a matter of our teachers truly understanding how to teach that rigor of Common Core. I'm constantly having Monday workshops with our teachers on how to push the rigor. The rigor doesn't come from the teacher, it really comes from the student. I can give you tools in order to implement this rigor, but if the students are not taking this in and applying it correctly, then it's not going to happen for them. I can talk all day long, but the students really need to be the ones who are pushing this out and thinking on their own and moving more from thinking from the teacher.
I also do want to remind you what our mission is. It's to serve 72209, and the students that come to us are several grade levels behind, and so our goal is to make as much growth as possible. I know that growth should eventually turn into proficiency, and so that's what we're pushing for. With our numbers being, from the past 3 years, 43, 42, and 50, we believe that with 1 or 2 more years, we will be off academic distress because we're going to continue doing the things that we know that work. Really using those formative assessments to inform interventions and to improve Tier 1 instruction as well.
But I would think you're not satisfied with less than half of your kids proficient. And so those kids are going on into future grades unprepared. And so the students in 72209 deserve the very best. And that's what we're asking for, not half. We're asking for the best.
And I agree with you 100%. So looking at them coming in 3 to 4 grade levels behind and them leaving us only 2 grade levels behind, we are truly preparing them. I wish that I could take them from an 8th grader coming to us at the 3rd grade level and putting him directly or she directly on 8th grade. That's an impossible task, but if I can get you as close as I can and I can build your thinking mentality where I'm going to continue to grow myself, when I hit high school, despite what I'm being faced with, I'm still going to be able to take this in, study on my own, get the help, ask the questions that need. I mean, our focus this year was the growth mindset for our students. So if they take this growth mindset with them, even if they're still 2 levels behind, they're going to make that gain over the next year and a half.
Dr. Saunders.
Do you follow? Okay. And I know that in your presentation you did a thing there with comparison to similar schools. And, the term similar schools or whatever else can be interpreted 100 different ways. So let me tell you one thing that I just did, and just for discussion was, tried to look at schools within the 72209 zip code that serve similar students. And basically was able to find one I thought that matched pretty close, and that was Cloverdale. And within Cloverdale, for example, I'm looking right now at 14-15 data. They have actually a higher LEP percentage, Cloverdale, than you do. They have a higher low income percentage than you do, as well as a 3 times special education percentage than you do. And so just stating that right there, it was a very comparable population, very comparable school within the area with similar demographics of the students. And what I looked at looked at the trends in the data. So I looked at 6th grade literacy math, 7th grade literacy math, 8th grade literacy math. 6th graders at Covenant Keepers outperformed Cloverdale by a ways.
And this is 2014, correct?
14-15 data.
14-15, okay.
14-15. But then that wasn't the case in 7th grade and wasn't the case in 8th grade. And so led me to thinking, well, is it the case that as the students are there longer, they are no longer performing at a similar school, at the rate of a similar school? So then I pulled up the 15-16 data. I pull up the 15-16 data, and I get the exact same thing. In 6th grade, they are outperforming, but not in 7th grade and not in 8th grade. And so as the kids are there longer, start off up here compared with a similar school, but then after 2 years, it's flip-flopped. Can you address that?
I do want to state that looking at our 7th and 8th grade students, they don't make up all of the students that have been with us 3 years, is what I'm saying. So the 7th grade students we have, some of those are brand new students, same with our 8th grade students. So that is something to look at, and shows that we do have more improvements still to make with our math and ELA.
Okay.
Okay, I think we've addressed this from every angle. As I recall, initially, Ms. Davis, the state board asked us to review this charter. And do you have any outstanding issues that you'd like us to be aware of before we make a motion?
I do not. I just, if anything, I would remind you of what your options are
Please do.
today, and that would be that you can take no action. That would be an option for you. You may modify this charter. You may put the charter on probation, or you may vote to revoke the charter. So those would be your options. Or, you know, like I say, so, or any of the above actions.
Please.
No action, modify the charter, probation, or revoke the charter. And any of those actions would then go before the state board in May,
They would.
and then the state board at that time would review or not review. And then if they decided to review, they would either review in June or have a special board meeting.
That's correct.
Okay.
I need clarification on probation. If someone's on probation, what are we looking at there? I mean, what is,
I'm going to get Alexandra up here. She will be able to speak more clearly to what that impacts on the.
So if you put the charter on probation, you can outline what their probation entails. So you may require additional reporting, additional monitoring, additional information. Also, you want to keep in mind that probationary status will put the school in jeopardy from not being able to receive certain funds. So like the facilities funding that's available to schools. If a school is on probation, then they can't receive that funding.
And do they receive facilities funding now? They're on academic distress.
Yeah, they're on academic distress, so they don't receive that funding now. Thank you.
So they don't receive that.
I think in my history here, we haven't placed a charter on fiscal distress.
Right. So
Because, go ahead.
because the law doesn't provide for us to do that. The laws or the rules don't provide for us to do that. And in the past, we haven't put schools, in the recent past, we haven't put schools on probation that already have a label of high intervention, like academic distress or priority or focus, because those schools are already receiving levels of intervention. So if you want more intervention above what goes on provided by that label, then I guess that's where probation may be appropriate. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, thanks.
Ms. Boyd, just for clarification, how often does Covenant Keepers reach out to your office for assistance? Or does your office
Right, so
make the contact?
We visit all schools annually. We try to visit new schools twice a year. I would be operating off of memory to know to remember if they've reached out to us. Sorry, Miss Virginia Perry says that in the last 6 months, they haven't reached out to us, but she has been on site 3 times. And Mr. Freddie Scott has been attending their board meetings. And I can't recollect them reaching out to us, but I can't say that they haven't for sure since I've been a program advisor and director of the charter office.
Ms. Smith?
I would like to talk to Ms. Virginia Perry and Mr. Scott, please. Ms. Perry, if you just take a moment and kind of give me your, from visiting the school on 3 occasions, kind of your summary of did you see effective practices? Did you have things that concerned you, or did you see things that were going in the right direction? Just your...
In the times that I've been there, everything appeared to be in order. I basically observed the last visit, I was there to do classroom observations, and I can testify to the rigor definitely being there. The students were actively engaged. The lesson objective was a measurable objective, and the instructional practices were relevant to the kids actually meeting the actual objective. I actually noticed a newcomer ESL or ELL student that was there, and accommodations were definitely being provided to that student. Classroom rotations and transitions were orderly. I spent time with Mr. Scroggins, the special education teacher, and reviewed files there, and I've been able to see evidence of the work that he's done with Ms. Hughes. Everything appeared to be in order.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott, in attending board meetings, and this has been a discussion that we've had regarding other charters too, about training boards to recognize their role as board members. And so in your attendance of a board meeting, have you seen that this board acts as an acting board, or is it kind of what is your observations there?
Certainly. Freddie Scott, Operations Manager, Charter Schools Office. I attended one board meeting January 24th. The plan was to have an unannounced board meeting where I would just observe. Also to position to them a rubric that's been created, a dashboard of key performance indicators of best practices from a governance perspective. I shared that with them. I noticed that there was a need for some professional development from the standpoint of holding a superintendent accountable in those key areas of academics, finance, and operations. My plan was to revisit that and offer to them professional development in those areas. I was pleased from a professional skill set standpoint that they had dynamic individuals on the board who were willing to learn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Dr. Gotcha.
Madam Chair, just a comment. I'm not addressing anyone, but just for the sake of comment, I recall approximately a year ago, maybe longer, one of the things that I look at in all of our educational institutions is the mission statement. And I recall bringing up the opening statement of the original mission statement about providing academically rigorous college preparatory programs for all students. And I recall at the time I may have addressed Dr. Tatum, how I haven't seen that, and because I've always believed that when you think of a charter that's providing expansive opportunities for pupils and parents, I do believe that Covenant Keepers has addressed a need for a particular body of students. And when I look at their current mission statement and how it's changed through the years, and I don't know how many changes it's evolved, but now the mission is to change the trajectory of a student's academic path through development, power to thinking skills, etc. So I appreciate that the the institution has recognized that what was maybe at the beginning in the 72209 area has changed. And so I want to commend them for being responsive to the students that they serve. However, today I'm not as concerned with the trajectory of students' academic path. I think the evidence is certainly promising. I believe the data is demonstrating that they are moving in the right direction. But I think I'm most concerned, and to be honest, surprisingly concerned, that the finances are not as strong as I was hoping. And so I'm very thankful that our team has been able to provide some insight. But I also am most concerned about the governance and the structure, or the lack of, as we've learned through the discussion. So I'm not sure what my next step needs to be as a charter panel member, but I know that I've moved from seeing some promise in the academic trajectory according to the mission statement to some grave concerns in governance and finance. So I'm still pondering of our next step as a charter panel.
Additional discussion?
Yes, and following up, sorry, on what Dr. Gocher was saying there, just looking at some of the statistics in My School Info, their district per pupil expenditures are $11,540. And they do serve a student population that is low income, but their average year's teaching experience is 1 year. And that, coupled with some of the discussion we had on the governance and the finance, that is very concerning to me. And we know that improvement is not going to occur and be sustained without having a quality educator workforce ongoing. And I do have concerns about the governance structure overseeing all of that, because for average year's teaching experience to be 1 year, and the data that was reported to us, there was a turnover rate of 67%, as reported in their October 1, from previous year to current year. I think that would have been last academic year to this. So those are some numbers that concern me.
Ms. Haley?
I just have, I don't know if it's a question or just a discussion, because Ms. Boyd shared that if a charter in the past had been on an intensive intervention path, whether it be academic or fiscal, that the charter panel had not typically put the charter on probation. But Covenant Keepers is in academic distress at this point because we don't have fiscal distress. But I'm hearing fiscal and governance issues. And I'm just wondering, being on academic distress isn't necessarily going to be, the intervention isn't going to be focused on fiscal and governance exclusively. So I'm just wondering if this might be a time to do that.
Any additional discussion? Then I'll accept a motion.
One more bit of discussion, Madam Chair. I apologize. Ms. Davis, or maybe Ms. Boyd, either one. I know that Ms. Boyd started it. If this panel outlined a very specific probationary steps, multiple steps, that is an option this panel has. It can have a calendar, it can have due dates, it can have all of those pieces as specific as this panel so chooses, correct?
That's correct.
And can that include fiscal and governance?
Yes, that can include anything that has to do with the charter itself. You all are the authorizing body, and so you hold the authority to request any information or compliance you need from the charter.
While I recognize that as an option for this panel, my concern are the things that may or may not be discovered through that probationary period, as we've discovered today. So that is my comment, and that is my pause for not making a motion for a detailed outline for probation. Thank you.
When the panel's ready, I'll accept a motion.
Something that might help, if you do go with probation and a detailed list of information you want, at any public meeting, you can amend that information without going through the complete hearing procedures that we did today. So for instance, if they come forward to give you a report, if you want something different or you want something additional after they give the report, you can request that in that public meeting. Right, and an emphasis to clarify what you need instead of completely new information. I guess if you were requesting something completely new, then you would have to go through a new hearing procedure. So, for instance, if you do probation, you want more information about finance, and then you want more detailed information about finance in the future, you wouldn't have to hold another hearing procedure. If you did probation and only talked about finance and didn't talk about academics, and you wanted more academic information in the future, then you would have to have a new hearing. Does that make sense?
And Madam Chair, I'm afraid the probationary pathway is too expansive for anyone to do in a motion. I don't know what this would.
The motion is probation, and then you detail
At a later date.
Right.
Do you detail today what would go into a probation guidance?
I think that you could, if you decided to vote for probation, give the area in which you wanted to. And what we did in the previous meeting when we had requested a charter come back with specific information for review, you could collectively get your information to the charter office so that way they can include it in the letter. So that way you're not having to think like immediately, but the general areas in which you want.
I'm not ready to make a motion.
I'm not ready to make a motion, but I do want to say I have concerns, not just about the academic and the finances, but I think, when we talk about governance and kind of what Dr. Pfeffer was talking about earlier, I've always been told you can, look at somebody's priorities by their checkbook and their calendar, where they spend their time and where they spend their money. And you look at this district, and it has some of the highest expenditures per student, basically across the state. And so you're looking at how those funds are spent, which we addressed many of them today, but then I look up, based upon the data reported to ADE from the school, that there's not a before-school program for kids, there's not an after-school program for kids, nor a weekend program, nor a summer program. So I have concerns kind of from the top down. Like I said, about where you allocate your resources, and resources being time and money. So.
And we have those that you mentioned, before school tutoring. We will have a summer time. We've had it for 2 years, and we do have out of school time now.
I would make sure that you update your information that you submit to the department to reflect that.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
help me understand, Dr. Saunders. So what you just reported is not on,
It's not been reported to us. What do we pull from the cycles? There's a LEA profile page.
Right.
Where you have the opportunity to enter those pieces of information as well as the academic programs, enrichment programs that are offered, which is displayed on the profile on My School Info. And matter of fact, we just put out a commissioner's memo last week about that, re-pulling for cycle 7 to populate that data. So you can address that commissioner's memo and know exactly where that is and make sure that's accurate.
And what was the name of that again? So cycle 7.
and that's concerning, because if those things are happening and we don't have evidence of that, that's what I was referring earlier to, those layers that are yet to be discovered or may be discovered if we place them on probation. So I'm concerned, panel, if we sit here and discuss things longer, what other things might we discuss? And my sense of concern is just continues to grow.
I make a motion to revoke the charter based on financial concerns, governance issues, and academic distress.
Immediately or June 30th?
June 30th.
I second.
Motion's been made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Mr. Rogers, to revoke the charter effective June 30th, 2017. Any discussion? I'm going to take an individual vote. Dr. Gocher?
I vote for the revocation June 30th.
Ms. Haley?
I vote against the revocation June 30th.
Mr. Lester?
I vote for the revocation June 30th.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I vote for the revocation.
Mr. Rogers? Dr. Saunders?
4.
Ms. Smith?
4.
6-1, motion passes. If you'll give us a moment, we'll give you the detailed reasons.
Who sent us the voting sheet? I can't find it.
Yeah, real early, like 8:30 or so, 8:15.
Yeah, I know, I'm just not to the right email. There it is.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the revocation of the charter as of June 30th. My reason, an increased revelation of inconsistencies in reporting, financial concerns, and governance transparency issues led me to vote for the revocation of this charter effective June 30th, 2017. My decision is based on what I feel, based upon the evidence, that is in the best interest of students.
Ms. Haley?
I voted against the revocation. While I recognize there are serious issues with finance and government, I believe the charter has provided a needed service to the population they serve and would prefer they had been placed on strict probation prior to revocation.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for the June 30th revocation. I believe that the charter should be revoked based on continued failure to meet academic and fiscal performance criteria deemed appropriate and relevant to the charter, for the charter by the authorizer.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I voted for the revocation out of concerns with the governance structure combined with questions about finances and current data leave too many concerns to support the continuation.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the revocation on June 30th due to ongoing academic issues, questions surrounding governance, data input, fiscal responsibility. The 2 years longer, they said, for it to get up to achieving standards just was too much for me because they're on academic distress right now, and just to continue on and on, I think this is the best interest of the students.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I had concerns over the governance, finances, and academics.
Ms. Smith?
Voted for. While I believe the school has been working on academic improvement as testified by Ms. White from ADE School Improvement and shown in previous CAP meetings, however, I have many concerns regarding the lack of transparency in governance and finances alongside the current academic distress.
Ms. Smith? Did I use Smith? Ms. Davis? Would you address the next steps for this charter?
Yes, I think that they passed out possibly the copy of the rules. I have it right here. So, this will have to go before the state board and for the decision. However, there are rules, Section 7 of the Public Charter School rules that deal with the closure or dissolution of a charter school that require 15 days after the authorizer votes to not renew or revoke. The charter school or sponsoring entity shall furnish to the Department of Education. There's a complete list of inventory, account numbers, debts and obligations that are owed. So that is something that the charter will probably need to start compiling, and of course pending the state board, but start compiling that information. There should be a timeline established by the department to send written notices of closure as approved by the department that would go to all the parents and legal guardians of the students, employees of the charter, creditors of the charter, and school districts in which students of the charter reside. There's also rules regarding the notices that must be sent as far as the effective date of closure and the last date of instruction. And then contact information of the person employed by the charter school or sponsoring entity to handle those inquiries. Parental notices must also include the school district's residence and contact information for the enrollment office. A statement that parents should contact the resident school district or any other charter school where the student intends to enroll and ask that they request transfer of those educational records, and other contact information. So these are, again, additional information that the school might want to go ahead and start compiling. There's also requirements regarding employee notices and benefits, and the charter office can set deadlines for these notices, but work with the school in case that there are reasons why those notices can't go out. And there's also an additional entire section that deals with assets of the school and what happens with those upon dissolution. But at this point, there's an entire list of things that the district, as far as assets that were bought with school money and state money, of what they need to start compiling.
Thank you. Any final words before lunch recess? And it is 5 to 1. What time would you like to reconvene?
1:30?
1:30. 1:30. All right, we'll regroup at 1:30. Thank you.
Subway anyone? I need to go get something.
I'll leave this here.
Yeah. Meeting our technical meeting spot, second.
Uh-oh. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I haven't done this in a while.
Ms. Davis, will you go over the guidelines?
Yes, okay, so for this action item, you will need a motion to untable it since you did table it last meeting. So you will need a motion to untable it. And you had already, it's a continuation of last month's meeting, or last month's, the time that they met. So there will be no more presentation. It will be purely a question and answer. You can ask the applicant, you know, if they want an update, but it's still back to the question and answer period and for you to make your decision. And your decision today is much like the last action item. You can vote to take no action. You can vote to modify their charter, to put their charter on probation, or revoke their charter. However, though, I would go ahead and re-swear anybody in who wants to, even though it is a continuation from last time, but just so there's no confusion.
Okay. If all representatives from the charter would please stand, and all of the department, and anyone else that might speak regarding this issue. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Mary Perry, you are recognized for action item 5.
On March 15, 2017, the Charter Authorizing Panel began a full review of the Rockbridge Montessori School Open Enrollment Charter. As stated in the February 16, 2017 hearing letter to the Charter and by Ms. Davis a few moments ago, possible actions allowed by the statute include placing the school on probation, modifying the Open Enrollment Charter, and or revoking the Charter. At its March 15, 2017 meeting, the panel tabled action until today's meeting and requested specific information from the charter. The panel packet includes documents prepared by the Arkansas Department of Education staff and documents submitted by the charter. With a motion and vote to untable from the panel, the hearing that began on March 15th can continue with questions and answers. And as you know, by the swearing in, there are quite a few folks here ready to take your questions from the charter.
Okay, I'll accept the motion. To untable.
Motion to untable.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Gocher, seconded by Ms. Smith to untable. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Any preference from the panel as to the organization of our initial questions? I can take it down the list of the things we asked them to send. That work?
Yeah, I like if we take it, if we'll go by the list, and just finding out specifically what things have been cleaned up in the month that we asked them to come back, since we had lots of things last month that were up in the air, including their numbering, their coding, special ed findings, their board operations governance. So that would be helpful just to go down the list.
Mr. Knuckles, I'm assuming we'll start with you, and you have with you today your several board members. If you would let us know who you have with you.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Knuckles, head of school at Rockbridge. Yes, Mrs. Gober is in attendance today with special ed. Ms. Knuckles is here, curriculum director, along with our school board members, Mr. Jack Syak, treasurer, Mr. Roy Albert, secretary, and Mr. Bennett, school board president.
All right. I think we started off with your organization chart of your board. So, and there may have been some reorganization within your staff. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. So why don't you start with the organization of your staff, and then we'll ask your board president to give us the organization of the board.
Yes, ma'am, of course. So as you can see, based on documentation that was submitted for myself being head of schools, a description of duties and responsibilities that are currently listed. There are several to include additional duties that have consumed quite a bit of time at Rockbridge, knowing that e-school data input is extremely important, all tied to enrollment and attendance, along with child nutrition, as I've taken that on as well, and knowing that's been a huge piece, especially as we become CEP qualified this year, and knowing that's been the best for the children, and knowing it is costly in a sense, but we do know that for the children's sake, that's certainly an advantage for them. I also serve as human resource officer for the school, all dealings with health insurance, et cetera, to also teacher retirement and things of that nature. So along with running day-to-day operations at school, there are additional job duties and responsibilities that I must carry on with. Of course, we have been without an office administrator, essentially the whole time, until just recently, knowing the need and basically the requirement in order to free me up to do the tasks that are needed. And so we were able to find a part-time office administrator. She currently is a student at UALR, but is able to give us at least about 15 hours a week at the school to operate as a front office assistant, answering the phones, faxing requests, and doing initial paperwork that I've typically been doing the last several months in order to maintain record keeping. So that's been a great help. In addition to, we did have a teaching assistant that resigned, and she has been since replaced within the past 2 weeks. So there was not additional cost. It was a one-for-one trade in that sense. And then carrying on then with Mrs. Knuckles continuing as a curriculum director for the school and driving the Montessori vision for the school, knowing that she's really the truly expert and knowing what requirements, AMI requirements that are needed to be in place for us to become AMI credentialed. And that's, of course, long-term goal, knowing that that's certainly something we are reaching for and beginning the initial processes for doing so, as we contact an initial consultant that will come in and assist us in becoming AMI credentialed.
And just special ed teacher?
Yes, ma'am, of course. Mrs. Wade, currently on staff still with Lighthouse, is still assisting us in continuing the IEP process. In fact, some additional IEPs were completed and sent to Mrs. Hughes just recently as an initial update. She continues to work primarily in the evenings, helping us in continuing conferences as we've actually just wrapped those up just recently. And knowing that she's going to be on staff with us full-time in the fall, as she has indicated, which will be a great addition to the staff, knowing that Mrs. Gober is currently still working and providing the services for our children during the day. But Mrs. Wade will certainly be able to continue that and be in place for the fall as we move ahead.
And where will Mrs. Gober go in fall?
Yes, ma'am. So we're currently discussing that. She could certainly move back into the principal role, given that Mrs. Wade would certainly feel the need of special ed. However, if the numbers in special ed increase, we'll still have to look at that, because even the past 2 weeks I've had 2 additional children coming with IEPs. So knowing that the caseload really determines the staff needs, we'll have to look at that and as enrollment continues for the fall and see what truly is the need. And
currently you don't have a principal, is that correct?
Well, yes and no. I'm currently serving in that capacity as well. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from your board president.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll state your name and title, please.
Gary Bennett, President. I'm currently serving as President of the School Board. Mr. Andrew DeClure is serving as Vice President. He was here this morning but had to return to his job. Mr. John Syak, a CPA, is serving as our Treasurer. Mr. Roy Albert is currently serving as our Secretary. Then we have 3 additional at-large members, Mr. Randy Sharp, Mr. Lee Allen, and Christine Alongi, excuse me.
And how long have you been a board member?
Approximately a month. We've had a lot of turnover in the board since the last charter panel meeting. We had, was it 3 members resign? Yes.
And do you have any members that have been on the board the full time?
No, ma'am.
All right, panel questions for Mr. Bennett?
So I would like, I saw in here that you have had some school board training.
I'm working through that training right now. I'm working through the initial 6 hours offered through the APSRC. They have some additional training opportunities tomorrow evening regarding the new educational laws that were passed in the recent legislative session, and then I'm planning on making that a regular topic at our board meetings as we proceed forward.
Was it presented to you that this charter panel had grave concerns about how the board had operated previously and the lack of governance and direction by the board? Were you aware that that was one of the concerns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so kind of talk to me a little bit about, I know several new board members have been added.
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about the expectation and how board members were sought and what their understanding of their role is.
Okay. Well, I believe Ms. Knuckles and Mr. Knuckles were the primary people that sought out additional board members. We have discussed with them what the expectations are about participating in regular meetings, trying to visit the school on a regular basis. I'm going to encourage the board members to visit the school ideally at least once a month to observe in the classrooms so we can get a feel for what is happening in a Montessori environment. I plan on being in regular contact with Mr. Knuckles and just to keep up to date on what is transpiring, especially in the days leading up to our regular board meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have a child in the school?
Yes, ma'am. I have two children at Rockbridge currently. They're 13 and 9. This is their 6th year in a Montessori program. Thank you.
And my question is also for Mr. Bennett. Sorry about that. Mr. Bennett, I'm looking at the organization chart, and I know you're new, but I know that starting you're going to want to learn and understand as much as possible about the organization. When I look at this organization chart with the duties listed, and I look at the role of Mr. Knuckles and the many things that he is going to be doing in his position, how do you, as the board president, how do you feel about the capacity of the one person to be able to do all of that and to do it well with it, with just the total dynamics of a school?
I do have some concerns over that, and as I get more familiar with the process, how the school works, I would like to explore if we need to bring on additional staff, if the budget allows, to help spreading his workload so he can become more proficient, so he could be a more proficient leader.
Do you, and I think that's a fair answer. My concern is just, are those questions being asked now? Are those questions being asked in terms of, do we have sufficient staffing? Are you aware that, average year's teaching experience is 0? And,
yes.
And just looking at that as a total, what are...
I have not asked those questions, but to be honest, since I've been on the board, we've been focusing on addressing the points that were brought up at the meeting last month, and that's been our primary focus, is to address and rectify those issues, and this would definitely be on our agenda to address in the coming months.
And have you met with your board members, the other members
Yes.
of your team?
Yes, we've had two meetings where we've had 2 meetings since we were here last month, or since the school was here last month.
And can you kind of summarize the expertise that your board members bring to the conversation? Like background, like does anyone have a finance background? Anyone have an academic background?
Yes, Mr. Syke is a CPA, so he is works in nonprofits, so he's very familiar with nonprofit finance. Mr. Allen is in academia. I believe he's a professor at UAPB. We have several parents that are involved whose children have been in Montessori for a few years, and they're very interested in seeing the school be successful.
And your background?
I'm a civil engineer, work for the federal government, but my children have been in Montessori programs, and I'm fairly familiar with the basics of Montessori.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hang on. Ms. Haley?
I'm sorry, you may have already talked about this, but is there anyone on the board that has been there more than 6 months?
Mr. Knuckles, I do not believe that's the case.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
And there are 2 members I see that have been either absent or last time participated remotely for the last 2 board meetings, and
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
fairly new as well. So I'm just wondering about the consistency in terms of the membership and representation of the stakeholders.
And we're trying to shift our meetings around to try to accommodate everybody's schedule. I know at the last meeting, 2 of the members could not be there. One got stuck at work, and the other one, well, both of them had to work that evening. So we're going to try to shift to a different night of the week to see if we can try to get more members there on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Walters?
Trip Walter, staff attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I'm sorry to perhaps get us off track. I just wanted to let the panel know that one of the things that we have been doing with Rockbridge within the last couple months, and I think we talked last time about our increased involvement with Rockbridge, which is ongoing, is to assist them with the agenda preparation and postings and meetings and everything surrounding that. And one of the things we are obviously trying to do on those lines is to get them to work towards regular meeting dates, protocols, setting the agenda sheets for them to work off of, et cetera. And I'm sure Mr. Scott can tell you more about the process from what he's seen, but I just wanted to jump in now and make you aware of what's going on in the area and postings, and obviously keeping Mr. Scott and the charter office apprised of upcoming meetings.
And Mr. Walters, does APSRC have a member of your team that will be attending these board meetings until they're running smoothly?
Right now, we have had at least one and sometimes three. Those include myself, Mark White, our Director of Legal Services, and Tyler Barnett, our Director of Charter Development.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Lester?
Mr. Knuckles, the last time we were with you, I informed you about your Title I status being targeted.
Yes, sir.
And told you with the percentages of children you had on free and reduced that you would qualify for school-wide. And you have talked to Ms. Webb in my office regarding that. Where is your status on looking into your commitment to the planning as well as the checklist that needs to be taken care of?
Yes, sir. Honestly, have not dug into the checklist extensively to see what the processes are for that. Although we're very much interested in moving ahead with it, I know that it's certainly something that we qualify for, and that money could certainly be used to our advantage in making additional staff additions, and knowing that certainly for the children's sake, that's certainly a priority.
Well, part of that checklist deals with timely meetings and that sort of thing, going to school-wide, so this is the time of year to get that process started.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Understood.
Could we hear from Mr. Scott, Freddie Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you share with us your experience in going to the school board meetings?
Absolutely. Freddie Scott, Operations Manager, Charter Schools Office. I've had the luxury of attending several of the board meetings, and with the intent of having an unannounced meeting to just observe, and then ultimately an announced meeting to provide some more detail on a dashboard that recognizes key performance indicators and best practices for any board. So in those particular scenarios, the challenge was the board composition, the changes, but it is what it is, and what we have now is a board that's relatively new. They're eager to learn, and I've expressed to them an importance of attaining professional development in various areas. Legal is one, so they have access to APSRC. There's also training provided through the Arkansas School Boards Association. Our charter school office, myself, have been willing to offer professional development as well. And those are key areas that are outside typically the areas you see in legal. There are certain things at the end of the day that each board should be in a position to hold the superintendent accountable for. So from a board composition standpoint, having someone that understood Montessori, for example, on academics, and they do have that, but they have plans to receive, the entire board receive Montessori training. On the financials, to make sure that there are key financial reports that they were not just received, but they could digest, they could understand, and make valid decisions about operations as well. And so having someone on board within their local school board that would understand that, so they weren't making quick, rash decisions on the spot and rubber stamping.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Scott? I have a follow-up question for Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, was your first board meeting March 28th?
Yes, ma'am. We tried to meet the previous week, but did not have a quorum present. But yes, ma'am, 28th.
And on the agenda, I see adoption of charter policy manual.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so I'm assuming that was adopted at that March 28th meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you walk us through the process of how you reviewed that to make your decision to adopt?
I believe Mr. Knuckles gave us a brief overview of the manual. We did not review specific areas of the manual, just had Mr. Knuckles gave us a brief overview. Mr. Scott may have talked to the board as far as some aspects about it, and then we made a motion and voted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haley?
Did you all each have a copy of the manual to look through before you adopted it?
Is that the manual or the charter? Okay, yes, we did have a copy.
Okay, everyone had their own copy to
Yes, ma'am.
review? Okay.
And you still have your own copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Trip?
If desired, I can go into more detail about the manual, as it's something that we produce. And actually, it is something that they have been using, at least in part, as I understand it, for quite some time. Just in the interest of accuracy and transparency, I just wanted to make sure that it had been formally adopted by the board going forward, so whatever uses they made of it, it would be clearly on the record. Essentially what the manual does, it has parts for both board governance and operations. It has student pieces. It has basically it's a complete set of policies from board governance, the student side. I know we talked last time obviously extensively about purchasing and bid procedures. I know that was obviously a concern of Mr. Rogers. It has a specific section in there on that, which lays out the state law and procedures for handling most purchasing matters. So it's a pretty comprehensive guide that a school can use either in full or to augment their current policies. And while we're on the point, I would point out that over our time working with Rockbridge, since inception, we've also developed several policies for them to use, mostly on the student handbook side.
So I think our concern is, or my concern is, let me just say, first of all, I'm so happy to hear they have written policies and procedures. That's fabulous, and thank you for doing that. I just want to make sure that, because this is relatively a new board, that we don't set that mode of operation of somebody presents something, they tell me a little bit about it, and I approve it, because the sense of responsibility of being a board member is to read every word.
Absolutely.
And so that's why I was asking those questions, because it's really incumbent upon a new board to know exactly what you're approving.
Absolutely.
Each time.
Yes, ma'am.
One addition, there is one member of the current board that has been on for 6 months, Mr. Lee Allen.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Lee Allen is the one member that's been on the board for more than 6 months.
Okay. And I believe he was the one that was absent.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
In your board minutes for April 13th, you hired a teaching assistant and the part-time office assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
In your minutes, there's no information that tells us about looking at your finances to be able to pay for those positions. So talk us through that a little bit.
Of course. Yes, ma'am. So, of course, the contracts were presented for the board's review to look at both of those positions. They are both hourly contracts for both the teaching assistant at $10.50 per hour, as well as the front office assistant. Again, the teaching assistant is a trade for one since we lost the previous, and of course adding the part-time teaching, the front office receptionist.
Also in those same minutes on number 6, it said a complete update of the school's financial report was not provided due to the fact that the accounting firm under contract with the school did not provide the information after multiple requests.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase, please?
I'm on the minutes,
Yes, ma'am.
from your board minutes from April 13th. Item number 6
Yes, ma'am.
said that your financial report was not available, even though you had made multiple requests.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We've continued to work with Complete Consulting, Mr. Chris Bell and his associates. However, he was not able to be reached in order to provide the financial updates for the board at that date and time, and so was not able to give that information as the board requested. However, Mr. Hamilton is here with us today from Complete Consulting that could give us an overview of the financial status.
Y'all ready? Any questions more about governance before we move into finance?
I do have one more. Excuse me. So when you took the role as superintendent, director, school director, and I realized that this was all in basically a fluid situation after December when Ms. Gober kind of stepped down from what she was doing and began working with special education. But I am looking at from your website, your list of positions and salaries, and it doesn't appear that any of that has changed. So, and this may be for your board, and I realize they are very, very new, but when I'm thinking about governance and who is the school leader, and last time when I asked that, I got 2 different answers. So if you are the school leader, and but you are still making the same salary as before, and we're not sure yet what Ms. Gober will be doing next year, what is that process going to be? And this may be where the school board members may need to address it. Who's going to make that decision? How is that decision going to be made? And will there be changes in salaries and job duties?
Yes, ma'am, I understand. So again, I do believe it's really incumbent upon our enrollment for the fall and what that looks like, what the needs will be on the special ed side, knowing that Ms. Gober has quite a bit of experience in public school education, and also as an administrator, and having that as a backup plan for her to move back into a principal role would certainly be ideal. However, not knowing what special ed will bring us, and the numbers there, we certainly want to keep that as a possibility for her to maintain that role as well.
So if the, Mr. Bennett, do you mind coming back? So as the board president, ensuring that the right person is the leader of a school, how is that decision going to be made? And how you all are a very new board, but if you don't have a grasp of the leadership and the salaries that need to be in place in order for you to have the leaders, I don't know how successful things are going to be moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what we intend to do is to we'll look at the staffing, we'll look at the staff members and see where good fits are, where the needs are, and then we can, as a board, we can discuss what salaries we can pay based on that. But we would like to look at the staff members and the administration and see how things are going, where we need to make improvements, what's working well, and then where we can make changes to make the school improve as we move forward.
Mr. Knuckles?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're currently serving in the role as principal as well, is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Correct, yes,
And so
ma'am.
you're aware we had several concerns in special education. So as the
Yes,
principal and as the superintendent, is it you who is now responsible for ensuring that the staff is aware of special education laws and procedures and services for students, and that they are complying with requirements around notice and all of the things that go along with that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so I know you've been busy in the last, since we last met, with lots of things, but how are you going to get yourself up to speed in terms of special education regulations to ensure that you're compliant and that the students are receiving the services and that the parents are receiving the notice and things that they are entitled to for meetings and are part of the process?
Yes, ma'am. I certainly need additional professional development in that area, and I know the panel has a submission of professional development that I have noted in moving ahead. Granted, I need to add special ed to that, given the importance and the critical need that we have in that area. So certainly want to do that as we look ahead, and I know there are professional development opportunities coming up in that area. So and I know we'll get to that soon, but special ed is certainly an area that we want to address, and knowing the critical needs that we have and additional children that are coming to us with special needs.
Right. And I don't think we're going to dive into special ed just yet, but are you aware of the requirement that an IEP meeting that a representative of the LEA is in attendance with knowledge of special education and funds available to provide those services?
Yes, ma'am.
You are? And if so, who has that been at IEP meetings?
Well,
Who has served in that role?
I have attended those meetings,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, with Ms. Wade and the parents. On a good note, we had parent conferences last week, three evenings last week for the parents to come at their convenience after work, and a lot of those meetings, special ed meetings, were conducted even then.
Okay.
To accomplish those IEPs.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gosher?
Good afternoon, Mr. Knuckles.
Yes, sir.
I was encouraged to see a piece in the minutes regarding public comment. Let me see if I can get to. I think it's a standing agenda item. Agenda item 1. Board sets aside time to hear from citizens. Since our last visit, has there only been one, the March 28th board meeting? Is that correct?
We had one on the 13th of April.
13th and then
Yes,
March
sir.
28th. Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have parents attended, and if so, what have been some of their comments since the charter panel last met?
I'm sorry, could you?
Have there been any parents that have attended?
Oh, parent.
Yes, parents or public. And what have been the general comments if they have chosen to comment?
We have not had any parents come to the board meeting at this point in time. Although it's obviously advertised on the website, and parents are aware that it's open to public comment. And however, I will say that was the 13th meeting was the first time that we've included that in the minutes itself, in the agenda, if you will.
Yes.
And that's something we had to correct.
Good. All right. I think just as a fellow superintendent, encourage participation. It might need to be more than just posting, and there's no better way to include your public than at the public board meetings. And so, as opportunity allows, have student presentations, have students of the month, teachers of the month, all sorts of things that can include parents at those board meetings. If you're not already doing that, I didn't see that, but
Yes, sir.
that's
Yes,
something
sir.
to consider, because I think that's real important to the culture
Yes, sir.
of an institution.
I do foresee that growing with parent participation as we discussed last board meeting. Mr. Bennett and other members of the board have expressed interest in having Mrs. Knuckles, curriculum director, come in and provide Montessori training. And of course, parents will be interested in seeing that as well, so that will give them ample opportunity to attend the board meeting and know about what's going on. And certainly, that will certainly change the scope of having parent participation.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I haven't seen your list. Are there some other pieces I was just going to ask?
Just working down the
Just working down the list. I've got a question at the end of that, so thank you.
Dr. Pepper, do you have one? Ms. Davis, I need your help. On our letter to Mr. Knuckles, under governance, it says 1599/1381, approval or proof that approval has been requested. And is that the same as the section that we received under 624-101?
It is, and I will say that they did submit the documentation. They were missing something, and then they provided it for the approval. It has not been completely reviewed yet, and here's the problem is typically we do not offer approval for the superintendent because that person is hired by the board. Mr. Knuckles should have been, the approval should have been to hire him in the position he was in prior to, I'm not sure what the title was, but the finance position that he was in. But we don't offer retroactive approval either. So at this point, we would not approve or deny his hiring as superintendent because that's not required by law for us to do that for him. But we can't go back and approve for the other, so it's kind of a mess. But they did submit it.
I don't know how to mark that on my list as incomplete or still an issue.
At this point, there's nothing to approve. They did submit it, but we would not approve it because it's not required approval by law for him to have this. A legislative audit may, at some other point, point out that they should have had approval for his previous position, which would have been required by law. So, but there's nothing that we could do about that at this time. So
there's no correction.
That's
procedure.
correct. Okay. There's no retroactive approval either.
Gotcha.
And I don't know if this is the point to point it out, and I think that somebody else has said this as well, and they might have. I am uncertain if on the org chart that they provided, if Mrs. Knuckles is reporting to Mr. Knuckles, and if so, that's going to be an issue.
Mr. Knuckles.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the way it's lined out too. So,
could you address that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So per the org chart, it does appear that way in the reporting process. However, our hope, again, by the fall, that Mrs. Gober will be able to move back into the principalship, and then that task org will obviously change at that point and provide the proper assessment of staff.
So are you currently evaluating your wife?
Well,
as curriculum director?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My sister used to be my principal. It's tough.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Pfeffer?
And I was going to wait until we were talking more about special ed, but I'll go ahead and ask this now because it would seem that the decision, whomever is going to be making the decision, and I'm kind of wondering, for Mrs. Gober's role going forward, because, you know, her salary is commensurate with that of a building administrator or, you know, in a superintendent role. It would seem that that is all contingent upon having a special education teacher or teachers as needed. Now, has someone been hired?
For special ed.
For special ed.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Cheryl White has officially been hired.
Okay.
Yes,
and is that reflected in the school board meeting minutes?
Now, just for clarification, not for the fall. She hasn't signed a contract for the fall as of yet because she's still on contract with the Lighthouse Academy. But she did submit a letter of intent for hiring this fall. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, because I had understood the other day when we visited that you had hired her for the fall, and so you do not have a special education teacher employed for the fall.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Right now, the only person would be Ms. Gober because she is working on an ALP.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Haley?
So you've hired Ms. Wade right now, or she's under a contractual agreement?
That's correct. Yes.
Contractual agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other governance questions at this time? We can always come back. Mr. Walters.
Please.
Thank you. I hope this is the appropriate time, and obviously it's not. I'll come back, but I thought this might be the appropriate time to address the governance situation and our services and what that all look like going forward. We are going to enter into new agreements with Rockbridge for additional services as we're under now with them concerning finance issues and also governance/policy issues. And those were just finalized. I think those were just signed by Mr. Knuckles on Monday night, and those require making some changes in the leadership. And that not to include current employees. Not to include current employees being the leader of the school. There's nobody picked out and anything like that, but that was one of the conditions of our going forward with providing the additional services. And so we will be moving forward and assisting them in those areas. One of the conditions of the agreement also is hopefully that the person, the new superintendent, would be somebody agreeable to both the department and the APSRC.
And what's your timeline?
The agreements will run through June 30, so somewhere in that timeline.
So, to translate what I think I heard you say, is that before June 30th, a new superintendent will be put into place, or a new superintendent will be put into place effective July 1?
That we will go ahead and go through that process and hopefully have somebody installed by the end of that period.
Okay.
But it's the thrust of the agreement is to make sure that process goes through and is done.
And Mr. Walters, am I hearing that purpose of that is to assist with the relationship between the current superintendent and curriculum director to try to remove those pieces that are currently problematic?
Yes, and to also try to address some of the issues that have been brought to bear by this panel.
Agreed.
Anything else? Okay, next on the list is special education.
Mr. Knuckles, I had just asked you about the LEA issue. We had asked you, or I had asked you at the last meeting to submit a plan, and you did submit a couple of items that specifically dealt with IEPs and compensatory education. For us, a plan to implement special education and ensure you have written procedures in place is much larger than just those two issues. So that's will be my first point. Secondly, I would like to ask our program advisor for non-traditional to just kind of come up and talk to us about what's happened since our last meeting in terms of things that you have provided and things that she's observed.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll state your name and title for the record, please.
Hi, yes, Kristen Hughes, Special Education Unit. Since the last charter panel, I have been to Rockbridge once with the intent to review some updated evidence. When I got there was not at that time updated evidence to review. I answered just kind of some general questions at that time. Ms. Gober then came to our office once, and she provided an updated daily class schedule to meet the new IEP minutes. Still at that time, I hadn't seen the actual IEPs that she said that she didn't have access to, that the contracted provider still had those. But that she would get them to me. I have received 11 of the 22 IEPs. Now I understand there may be 24 with 2 additional students. But currently I've received 11. IEPs. I'm not certain if those are the IEPs that were presented in the IEP meetings, because they don't have the signatures, the appropriate signatures on it. I'm not sure if that was a draft or what. I don't know specific times on compensatory education services. I have received an email stating that they have calculated 72 days of missed instruction for students on IEPs. So they are in the process of planning how that's going to be provided. I don't know how much comp ed individually per student. I've received some more emails as of about 1 o'clock today. I haven't had the opportunity to compare them to the other IEPs. Some of them were duplicate students. So I'm not sure if those were updated, if the conference has occurred. Again, I don't have that documentation with me to compare it to, since I just got it at about 1 o'clock.
So when you were at Rockbridge, you visited once, you said?
Yes, I visited once prior to the last charter panel, and then once this after the charter panel. So I've been there twice, just meeting one-on-one.
Okay, and so the last time you were at the charter panel, you were in the special education classroom?
Right. Well, it's kind of like an open concept. So
Okay.
they do have a designated special education classroom setting. Yes.
And so generally, what did you see going on at the charter?
When I arrived, Ms. Gober was providing instruction to 3 students. They then went to their general education setting so that she could visit with me. It was a little distracting, because again, it was kind of an open concept, and there were kids walking around. And the time I was there, one of the teachers was having maybe a stressful morning and was loud, and I thought it was somewhat disruptive, but I was there for about an hour on that one.
So in summary, you've received some of the documentation
Yes.
that we need, but not everything.
Correct.
And the written procedures we received are limited to the IEP meetings and the compensatory ed. Was there anything else?
She's provided updated class schedules to meet the IEP minutes that she said was in the IEP goals. Again, I don't have all of them yet to cross-reference, but I have received a class schedule and then another schedule for the compensatory services, where they were going to provide instruction for that during the same time other students were receiving their minutes.
So basically, the plan was the students who had not received services were going to be put in the same classes that are already going on, added to those classrooms, and that be the compensatory services?
That is currently my understanding.
Okay. And did you see any documentation that the other teachers had been provided copies of the IEPs and accommodations and all that sort of thing?
No, I don't believe I have.
Okay. Do y'all have any questions for Ms. Hughes?
Ms. Haley, just to that question, are there evidences of documentation that teachers have received the appropriate accommodations? Can we get that question answered? Is someone here that can answer that?
There were not when we monitored, and so that was part of what we would want to see in terms of a comprehensive plan for how you're going to do business, basically, in special education, and we do not have that. Now, Ms. Gober might be able to answer that question. Mr. Knuckles might be able to answer that question in terms of if now teachers do know what accommodations are to be implemented, and if there is documentation that that's actually going on, and all those sorts of things, but it was not based on what we reviewed before. Right. And we have not received evidence.
And nor was the progress on the measurable annual
Right,
goals.
Progress on goals.
Understood.
So kind of going back to what Mr. Knuckles said earlier, you you commented that you just kind of had conferences recently and had gone back and held all these special ed conferences like in the last, what, week or?
Yes, ma'am. Last week, we did have parent-teacher conferences for all parents.
Okay.
And some of those IEPs were conducted during that time. The
Okay.
IEP conferences were conducted during that time.
So have your teachers received their accommodations for their students, or is that something you're still working through?
We are still working through that process. They do not have them all. No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ms. Gober here? Ms. Gober? There she is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us an
Sarah
update from your perspective, please?
It's been a whole new learning for me, and it's been a lot, but we have updated most of the IEPs. We're waiting on a couple of parents to finish out some. We've had some issues about having to try to reschedule. We have given the teachers the accommodations for their students, but not in a format for every student on one sheet, which is what we hope to, have a spreadsheet for them to know. The compensatory education, we have put students together for the goals. Like if Daniel has, his compensatory education needs to be math, 3-digit multiplication, would have him in with other students that I'm working with that also, like goals, not just making up time.
Are your general ed teachers in the room while you're doing the IEPs with the parents? So these last conferences that you've had with parents, have you included the classroom teacher?
Yes.
Okay, so they're part of that decision-making with the teacher?
Yes, I will say that our parent-teacher conferences are set on times, and they might have to be pulled out for a few moments and come back, but yes, they were invited in, a part of that, yes.
Okay.
Okay, there's a difference between invited in and participating.
I'm sorry, they were there, and we ask our teachers to give it. Because we have no grades, it's up to the teacher and the portfolio that they bring of work to be able to determine the education of the child also.
So I'll see teacher names on those IEPs?
Yes, ma'am.
I won't, but...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Gober, can you just kind of walk us through, like, so you had IEP meetings during parent-teacher conferences, basically?
Some. Yes. Some we had beforehand.
Okay, and so how did you let the parents know there was going to be an IEP conference?
We sent out notices many times. Most of the time I would call, because we're wanting them to know that we're going to cover not only rewriting the IEPs. Some of the IEPs are not being actually written, just
revised.
They need to be, yes, they were quite sloppy. And we also need to talk about compensatory education and what we need to do to see how the goals to see, and also let them know that if we have to do an extended year because of the compensatory education, that we could be doing that and they would be aware of that. And so we sent out I tried to call most of the time, because that's a lot of information for a parent and a lot of educational jargon that they don't understand.
Right.
And then I would follow up with many of them, we would send back, the second notice would be a note from a letter taken by the student home.
So when you sent notices, what notice did you use? Was it just a letter? What form did you use?
I used the on the script program.
The notice of conference?
The notice of conference,
okay.
Yes, and with the notice and all that.
And so the regular ed teacher was listed as an attendee, and the LEA supervisor and all of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Required, and they were at the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Haley, help me understand 72 days of missed instruction. How do you make that up?
Well, what happened is, like we talked about last time, the students had not had services since the middle of October when that teacher left, and until Ms. Gober started providing services in March. Okay, and so what happens is that what would happen with any district is we would talk to the district about meeting with the parent in an IEP conference to determine what compensatory services would be required based on the time they missed. It's not an hour for hour kind of determination. It's what should the goal progress have been, what was set in terms of a criteria, and where are the students. So it might be different for every student. But basically, it should not be that a student is just placed in a class that's already going on and that be called compensatory services, because they're pulled out of something else. So unless their IEP was revised, now they're, not only are they getting the compensatory, they're pulled out of a regular class that they probably should have been in. So all those things, we would want compensatory services to be in agreement with the parent after school, in the summer, in breaks, you know, whatever is beneficial, but just putting them in another class and doubling up time when another group's already receiving services, for every student at least, would probably not be what would be considered compensatory.
And I would just add that the Montessori model really adds a layer of protection for that, because we do in Montessori, every lesson there is no whole group lesson. Everything is done in small groups. And so when I tell my teachers that Daniel needs the 3-digit multiplication, she would make sure that Daniel was not in a single lesson during the time that I had him. She would make sure that his small group lesson was either before he came to me or after he came to me. So that's the advantage of having the Montessori, because, and not only that, we have multi-level classrooms, and so if they're in Mrs. Knuckles' class and they're going over science, and I pulled him out of that particular science to do that, he can take the science even over in Mrs. Stenhammer's class when she does a small group, and it would all be the same lesson, and it'd all be small group and all be on his level, because he would be with other students that were in the grades around him.
So when you redid the IEPs, or are redoing the IEPs, do they reflect the compensatory time and the special ed time? Because the important part is the parent knows exactly what's going on.
That's what I'm having to tweak.
Okay.
Mrs. Donna Broyles was very, very nice to come and help one day, along with Kristen Hughes has been a wonderful asset. And so as I would write an IEP, of course, they would have to try to tweak, because this is all new to me also. And so that was something that I had not done to begin with, but after they came in and helped me see what I needed to do, that has been added, and the phone calls went back to parents, this is what's wrong, let me redo that.
Right,
Yes,
because that's the key, that the parent knows exactly, and that students are in the least restrictive environment, which is the regular classroom, as much as possible.
Right. And that has increased, totally probably off subject, that has increased my inclusion time versus, I mean, not increased my inclusion time, but that my inclusion time, because most of our students try to get the lesson in the classroom, so that inclusion time is where I'm having help to do that also.
I have a question for Ms. Haley.
For who?
Ms. Haley?
Yes.
You don't have to go to the microphone. You can stay right there. When you hear some of the testimony that's been presented, what is the typical course of action of the special ed department, and what are things that come to mind for you and your folks as you have done and as you move forward? Because obviously we're dealing not with just state issues, but IDEA and guidelines that supersede state. So help this panel understand your concerns as a special ed director for the state of Arkansas.
Well, I mean, we're very concerned. There are findings of noncompliance, but they're not just compliant procedural findings. They're kids who haven't received services. And so, and for quite a substantial amount of time, and then we have a staff who is trying to do the right thing but don't have a good understanding of the requirements of special ed yet, which are many. So my biggest concern is the whole leadership and governance structure, in terms of somebody understanding the requirements and making sure. It's up to the teacher to make sure the IEPs are written, but then it's up to somebody else to make sure they're implemented and make sure that they know students can't be suspended for more than 10 days without due process and all those sorts of things. So for us, there'll be written findings. We have ordered compensatory education. We'll make sure that that happens. But that's what we'll do at the state level. I mean, if this rose up to another level, if parents were to come and say that they wanted their students to receive compensatory services in another setting, Rockbridge would be at risk for providing that education somewhere else, since they hadn't gotten it, and especially if there was a lack of progress demonstrated, which is hard for us to see because there hasn't been documentation that the students have been assessed to ensure that they're progressing on their IEP goals.
Thank you.
Mr. Knuckles, have you taken into consideration or planned for what additional costs there may be to run a summer program to meet these requirements?
Yes, ma'am, we have discussed that, knowing that Mrs. Wade's intent again is to still come on actually as early as the 1st of June when she finishes her course of instruction at Lighthouse to assist us with a compensatory education, since Rockbridge will still be in session until mid-June, 15th of June. So that will certainly give us an opportunity to make progress in catching up on those hours. And then, of course, the remainder, of course, we will have to staff that as long as it takes to get the children where they need to be by the end of summer. And so there is still money allotted for special ed, and we certainly will be able to tap into that so that that won't be a problem on that end, given the pot of money that's set aside specifically for special ed.
Other special ed questions? Data reporting. Who wants to take?
So who has information? So from our people at ADE, has the data been, is the data correct at this point? Yeah.
So I believe in special education, the data has been corrected. Is that right, Jody? Correct. Okay.
Okay, were there other numbers in the e-school, enrollment numbers, anything like that, or title? I mean, all those numbers are good to everyone's knowledge? Mr. Knuckles, are you aware, or what changes, or what have y'all put in place?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I made those changes myself, specifically in e-school and MySped, so that those numbers currently match, especially concerning the 1 December count that was required by the state with a, pardon me, making sure that those numbers were accurate. And Dr. Fields with ADE, I know her office sits at ULR, was certainly a great help in providing assistance in doing so and cleaning those up. And that, in fact, may be, I believe it is in your packet, the correspondence between myself and Dr. Fields, knowing that she was primarily the expert there and guided me through that process to make sure the numbers are correct.
Ms.
Yes.
Kaufman, you had, or Dr. Gochard asked earlier what our procedures will be. So what will happen, Dr. Gochard, at the end of their verification, which is coming up soon if it hasn't come to an end, there will be findings, there's no doubt about that, and there will be compliance action plans that the Rockbridge will have to determine why certain things happen and what their plan, written procedures going forward, such as how are you going to make sure that teachers have accommodations and that they understand how to implement them and all those, and we will be monitoring that closely. So there's further action still to come beyond the charter panel in terms of special ed.
Thank you, Ms. Haley.
All right. Is David Tomlinson still here? Mr. Tomlinson, if you will give us an accreditation report.
Nath Tomlinson Standards Review. Rockbridge had a on-site standards review. We were on their campus on January 27, 2017. We use our new transitional checklist, which is a very modified version of what we used to use. Several of the items that we go through, we do from a desk audit, and some of the other items we can find on site by assessing their handbook and their board minutes and things of this nature. There were a few findings, and as we arrived that day, Mr. Knuckles was very accommodating And as we went through the process, I sort of noticed that deer in the headlight look, because he had not had access to our checklist. We had sent it to the school and to Mrs. Knuckles, and somewhere in between it got lost. But as we went through the process, he was very willing to help every way he could, and we tried to relieve the stress as much as we could. The few findings we did have, and I kept wondering why until I looked at it, they opened in 15-16, the fall of 15-16. Our unit used to do workshops on everything that was covered in these areas, and since their school had started, we no longer do these workshops, such as our workshop on website requirements. There were just 2 areas there, and he said if he had known, he'd had them there. The parental involvement was not on the website, and then the ACCEP reports. I showed him what we were looking for, what we wanted. They did have a sort of a light parent involvement policy. It wasn't what we would look for, and they have updated that. And then there were some issues on AIPs, and I had to explain to him what AIPs were. He was not aware. This is another item we used to cover. We used to do what we call our new administrative workshop, where we go over everything, and he would have benefited greatly from that. But we showed him what we were wanting. I forwarded him a copy of it, and they were very, very prompt in making all the corrections that came up on our on-site review, and everything has been taken care of from that list. And then once again, in March, we sent out our initial accreditation report, and then going over what their waivers were. These items were all covered, and all the exceptions were able to be removed from the initial accreditation report. And both of, their school, their Montessori school has been accredited on the accreditation report.
Has been.
Pardon?
It is currently accredited?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we don't accredit, we make the recommendation.
Gotcha.
And the board will act upon that. State board.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Finance is our next topic. Mr. Rogers, would you like to start with Ms. Smith?
Cindy had to leave. So you've adopted a policy manual that had finance in it. Was it a complete finance manual? I mean, I know that TRIP referenced bid procedures, but I guess I'm kind of wondering what all is in it.
Yes, sir. So the charter panel does, the charter policy manual does address procurement and things of this nature. And APSRC has had a great take in constructing that for us. However, I know that some of those guidelines are very general, and we need additional help in providing specific guidelines that will be in addition to help in Rockbridge for future bidding processes. Knowing that there were some failures on our part in moving ahead and doing those properly. Although I do know that based on the documentation that you may have in front of you concerning the specific vendors, that there were some bids put forth and they were done properly, while others fell through the cracks.
And I know that your audit has been completed, but you haven't had your exit conference yet?
Correct. Yes, sir. I did touch base with audit by phone. Spoke with Mr. Thompson. He indicated that the 2 individuals who were conducting audit for Rockbridge, one has since moved on from audit, Mr. Tyler Croning, so was not able to touch base with him. Mrs. Stephanie Simmons was the other individual who was conducting the audit. Haven't heard back from her, but we were referenced to another individual, Mr. Thompson. He did indicate by phone on the 17th, that there would be an upcoming initial interview, but according to him, per the confirmed conversation, he didn't have specifics yet, given another course load that he was maintaining. So I'm assuming our caseload has shifted to other individuals who are currently handling it. But as of now, I don't have any specifics that he indicated to me.
So, yeah, on the bid procedures, so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that Patty sent you an email asking you for some, and I would just pick some that were over $10,000. And it was interesting. There was only one that you had put a bid out in the paper for, which was for a food service.
Yes, sir.
But then Linda Mooney, I understand she's is she still an employee?
Yes, sir.
But she was being paid under a contract,
And
independent contract. Was this in addition to her salary contract with Rockbridge?
to my understanding, sir, she's always been a salaried employee with Rockbridge as a classroom teacher. So if there's an issue there, it has to be tied into coding on the finance side. And I know that Complete Consulting has been aware, they're aware of that. And I don't know if Mr. Hamilton may be able to speak to it, but she has never been an independent contractor, so to speak, for Rockbridge.
So you think it was just a regular salaries?
Yes, sir.
That's contracts.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Can we bring up Mr. Hamilton? Mr. Hamilton? Could you address this issue?
Darren Hamilton.
Is that simply what it is? A coding
Just a
issue?
reimbursement. It was actually reimbursement for training. The AP check.
For $12,681 reimbursement of training? What was she being trained on?
Montessori.
It's expensive.
Wow, that is expensive.
Is that about accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. And then I also had, and that was it. I was just wondering, so that was,
If I could clarify, the teachers travel to various sites around the country for their Montessori training, and sometimes it's a different city each year. So there are 3 years of Montessori training for each classroom teacher to become fully credentialed, and so that's the tie-in.
And for an extended number of days. Isn't that correct? And for an extended number of days?
Yes,
They
ma'am.
go to training, they go for,
Yes, ma'am. So for the entire summer, each summer over the 3-year cycle, the teachers are involved in training along with spring break and fall breaks. So there's another 4 weeks in addition to that where they're out doing training.
and so each one of them, it's about $12,000? Because I'm assuming it's still a coding issue, since it was coded into contracts, and it should have been employee reimbursement. So I'm assuming it's still that.
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay.
so will Mr. Hamilton make that correction? Is that who's in charge of making that correction? Or journal entry?
Well, I've technically been with Complete Consulting for about a month, and so I'm still kind of working my way, working with Chris, but I will commit to making that transition. And just to say about Complete Consulting, I think that's why Chris wanted to bring some additional CPAs on board, because he knew he needed to get that bandwidth to be able to take care of things like this.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing I have is just looking at your current duties. And I know we haven't seen the audit yet, but I can't think that there's not going to be some kind of segregation of duties finding on your audit. Just looking at everything that you're over on the org chart. Who else besides you is responsible for making payments on behalf of the charter?
Pardon me?
Who else besides you is responsible for making payments, bill payments on behalf of the charter?
As far as the billing processes for
making any payments Yes,
for
sir.
bills that you get in?
Yes, sir.
Like
Yes, sir.
payroll?
I supervise those. They come, either they're mailed directly to the school, or some of the vendors are mailing those invoices to Complete Consulting for processing. But initially, whichever the case may be, they go through an online system called Avid that there's an approval process. It comes to me first for approval, and it goes to another staff member for a second look before it goes over to Complete Consulting for a third look, and then final processing.
What other staff member?
Mrs. Gober is the second approving authority, and then at that point, it goes to Complete Consulting's staff for a third look before processing continues. And these are all standard bills that come across the desk.
So part of your contract with Complete Consulting, they make the payments for you after you and Ms. Gober approve them?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Haley?
I just had, we brought this up last time, but the charge for the cleaning service, and I don't think that was bid, it was like over 70,000. It was more than the food service
$82,000.
for the year. And so I'm just, there was a note in there that it was $3,000 a month, and then that stopped because they weren't doing a good job, or, so I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Of course. Yes, ma'am. So prior to interviewing any of the cleaning services, the staff was trying to maintain that themselves, but of course, trying to run a school, it becomes very difficult. So there were interviews set up for various cleaning services. The first one did a fair job, but over time, the lack of progress was seen and performance fell through. So staff went back to cleaning. So they tried it again, and then another attempt made to hire someone else that could be more competent for about $3,500 a month, but that's cleaning only. And after that fell off, a third look was taken for razor cleaning, the service that they offered, which is not only cleaning but major mechanical repairs, which we've actually had to take advantage of over the last several months, including air conditioning issues, heating issues, water damage repair from every time it rains, torrential downpours and flooding in the building at times, replacement of ceiling tiles, plumbing services are also included. They're to the school almost every week.
So it's cleaning and maintenance?
Correct, yes,
And
ma'am.
does your contract with them specify, I mean, that's a set fee for the year, or?
It is a multi-year contract. Typically, it is a $6,000 payment per month.
How often does your building flood?
Well, until the church put in the French drain, which was just recently, there would be some leakage to some degree every time there was a torrential downpour. Over last Christmas, the staff members came in. There was almost an inch of water in 4 of the classrooms that had cleaned up. So a restoration service was called in order to make the cleanup and repairs. That has gotten better, though, with the installment of the French drain.
Okay.
Is there someone on site?
Of course, daily with cleaning, and we can give them a call at any time for emergency services in which they can come out and provide necessary fixes.
Do you pay for anything additional, such as cleaning supplies?
No, ma'am.
Materials?
No, ma'am. That's all included in the fee. Cleaning supplies and the storage thereof, they bring them out as needed.
May I ask?
Yes. Yes.
So just to clarify, though, there are at least 3 services here that did not go through the proper bidding process. Is that correct? With the vendors they're currently using?
It was over 10,000, yeah, that's just the ones that we pulled. So of those, yes.
Mr. Knuckles, in your new relationship or your upgraded, improved relationship with APSRC, Walters said that there would be financial and governance. Will that financial replace complete consulting or be in addition to?
We are certainly looking at that as an option. And also in talks with another financial firm that may be able to provide the accounting assistance as needed. That decision has not yet been made, but those are options that we're looking at. The board has certainly been active, a big part in looking at other options that could assist us, especially on the accounting side.
Okay. Other questions? Open general questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Knuckles, since our last time,
Yes, sir.
how would you rate, in any way you want to express it, just your responsiveness to this panel's requests? How would you rate your team's responsiveness to these requests?
I think the entire team has worked aggressively the past month to make improvements. Granted, there's still much to be done. Obviously, but it has certainly been at the heart of our operation at Rockbridge to see improvements made so that the school can be provided with the correct education that the children deserve, and certainly to provide them with something unique, something that they may not have otherwise, except in a private setting. So again, there's much work to be done still, but I know that per the panel's request and the notes via the letter, that much of that has been corrected. We look ahead to making further corrections so that we'll be in compliance, and knowing very well that there's still much to grow on.
Thank you. I think my only follow-up, just as a comment, while I believe you, and I know that you've been responsive, but the evidence has got to match the responsiveness, and I think that it's working, but still definitely concerns, as you have said. So thank you for your candid answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Perry, is there any person that we need to hear from?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of any.
I'd like to speak to the board members, if all the board members would come up to the microphone. I'd like for you, if you would introduce yourself and then kind of give us, you've heard this conversation now. We take the responsibility of a board member very seriously. I hope you've seen us take that very seriously. It's important to ask questions and not assume that you know, or it's your responsibility to really know what's going on to make wise decisions for the school. So will you kind of talk to us about what you've heard, what you're processing, what we can expect from you?
Well, my name is Jack Syack, and as previously stated, I'm a member of the board right now. In general, I'm very encouraged, as Mr. Knuckles said, with the level of effort that's been put forth to satisfy the concerns that are raised here. Not only in terms of the actual effort, but the spirit in which it was conducted, and as he said, for the benefit of all involved. I've only been on the board myself for about 6 weeks now, and I'd already had a large list of to-do items in my mind, which continues to grow as a result of this. But quite honestly, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to put more of these things in place that will certainly give you folks comfort, give us comfort, and just overall in general, yes, I appreciate the severity of what's going on. I actually look forward to serving in this type of role, of the oversight role, and I think it will be an incredible assistance to the staff to have a functioning board that can do that. And everything I've seen from the meetings that we've been in attendance, we're inclined to be moving in that direction.
Thank you.
I'm Roy Albert. I'm the secretary. I'm more so by the makeup and the members of the board itself. It's been a transition from, I'm sure, the previous board members, but the members that are on the board at this time are enthusiastic, they're knowledgeable, and they really want to do what it takes to get the school where it needs to be. The children are the most important thing before everybody's mind, and everyone has made a commitment to bringing whatever skills, whatever concerns, whatever it takes to get the job done. Rockbridge has a bright future if the board is in the stewardship, and that is directing the ship. And we are going to direct the ship in the manner in which it has to be done.
While we've made progress in the last month, we still have a lot more to go. After hearing the testimony today, I know we've got a lot of things left to do. We would like to address everything, get everything back on track. The special education program, I would like to see that thrive and see if we can provide the services for the children that we need. I see a lot of potential with this school. I think it's wonderful that this charter is able to provide a Montessori education to a lot of children that may not have access to this type of education, and I think it's a wonderful and unique opportunity for the citizens of Central Arkansas, and I look forward to the challenge of the board working with Mr. Knuckles and the staff at Rockbridge to ensure that this school can grow and thrive and continue to progress and educate our children.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Board? Additional questions, comments?
It's just a comment. I just want to say this. This is a charter that's in its second year. It's not one that's been around for a long time. It's in its second year. Within the charter ADE, we recognized in the last year that there had been so many charters that we didn't have the capacity to support as needed. And one of the areas that we saw that lots of charters were struggling was in the area of governance. And I think we've seen that several times reflected. We've added to the charter office, Mr. Scott specifically, to assist with boards at charter schools. I kind of think when I look at the timeline of when this charter was approved, and I look at the issues that they have right now, I think some of them go hand in hand with areas that we've identified here at the department to provide more support. I think they're kind of hand in hand. And that's at no fault. I think, one, it's been the growth of the number of charters and the responsibilities that we have at the department to assist. I also think the partnership and collaboration that we at the department have tried to APSRC and determining where our needs they can meet and where the areas of need that we can meet, and trying to just develop a better partnership there, whether it's providing professional development, assisting boards, but just continuing conversation and dialogue there. I thought it was kind of telling when we talked about the accreditation report, and many of the things that were on the cited accreditation list, we quit providing professional development to that area. That to me, and those were areas that they were not aware of. And at this point, our charter office was not providing that information. Things that we have to consider. I think that a lesson that I have learned, in especially today, is before approving a charter, making sure that that charter understands the governance piece and the responsibility of the board of directors. I think this charter, while the intent was pure and what they wanted to achieve, and their passion is evident. Opening a school is not just as easy as opening a school. There are lots of laws, especially federal laws with special education, that have to be followed. And I can tell you most general ed teachers, they themselves are not aware of the special ed laws or requirement. Most elementary, middle school, secondary principals, they've had a crash course in it, but they really rely on their special education teachers and LEA supervisors to guide them in those areas. And so these are areas that I think we need to identify at the department and our partners at APSRC, and making sure that we're providing the support for people to be successful. I think some of the areas here, I don't want to take the responsibility off of your shoulders as the superintendent, because I said it last month, receiving a waiver does not waive your responsibility to know what you're supposed to do. So it's still your responsibility. So as today, I look at this as a second-year charter. They're not in academic distress. They will receive their first compliance citing in special education, which to me is a normal first thing that would happen to any school district. They have expressed today plans to correct. I think they still have a long ways to go. I visited this school yesterday. They were very willing to show me around and show me what was going on. I saw some really good things going on. And then I saw some things that that need to be improved. But I think this is a second-year school. I don't think we're in the same boat as we were in other schools that we've listened to or talked to. They have a long ways to go still. I will say I appreciate you were asked very direct, pointed questions, and I felt like that you answered those questions with integrity today, even when the answers didn't show favor on you. So I do appreciate that. Those are just my comments that I wanted to make to the board. To the panel.
Ms. Haley?
We're still concerned about special education moving forward because, for one thing, we don't even know that there's going to be a licensed teacher next year. And so the lack of understanding and just the written procedures that were submitted to us is evident about no one not wanting to do the right thing, but not understanding the comprehensive nature of what the right thing is in terms of procedures and practices. And for me, it's a combination of waivers, and I'm talking about waivers for the principal, waivers for the superintendent, and that kind of thing. So I think one of the things that we were told, I think, is we could decide to revoke a waiver as an action. Is that correct?
Yes, you can modify the charter.
Right.
It would be a modification of the charter.
Okay. Because even though superintendents and principals don't know a lot, they are responsible, and they have a little bit of knowledge about this is the required thing to do under federal law for lots of different areas. And I'm afraid that that's missing. And I don't know if Mr. Walters, when he said that they were going to be in charge of bringing in a new superintendent, if that's going to be a certified person or
If I may briefly address it, it will be the board's responsibility, not ours. That's just a condition of our enhanced services going forward.
That's a condition that you made with the board.
Well, with the school, yes.
And is the condition that the person be certified or just a new? Okay.
That's not in the agreement.
Mr. Walters, could you expand on that partnership, or that, I don't know what you're calling it, your relationship? Will that include assistance with these special ed issues? Can you kind of be a little more specific, or you don't have to be extremely specific?
If you can give me just a second. Yes,
can you be a little more, less general?
Basically, what what the services will provide is we're going to have somebody during this period over at the school on a weekly basis to help provide administrative oversight with various processes and systems. Special education budgeting is part of the things that we are going to do, assistance in preparation of the budget, review of staffing needs, contracts, helping with various data entry items such as Industar, those type of issues, any corrective action plans that are required, and technical assistance going forward as needing once the audit findings and exit conference comes around. On the governance and policy piece, address the issues, or help the school address, I should say, the issues that you have brought forward, and any other compliance pieces that are necessary to get them back to correct any issues they have with the department as a whole, and also policy procedures review, and up to 6 hours of board training, and continued attendance at the school board meetings, if that helps kind of flesh out our thoughts.
So, Mr. Walters, you said special ed budgeting, but what about special ed in general and items? Are you going to, is part of what you're going to do, provide support for that as well?
Well, we certainly can, in conjunction with, to the extent that we are able, in conjunction with any staff that they have.
And is this agreement one that's been then approved or signed by their school board or governing board?
It was brought before the board for permission, I think 2 meetings ago, to enter into an agreement, and that agreement has been executed, as I understand it, on Rockbridge's end, and it's about to be on ours.
Dr. Gocher?
And with respect to Mr. Rogers, my question is for our charter team, so if he has a question for Mr. Rogers, I'll defer.
So, hey, Tripp, before you run off, I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes, sir.
This agreement that you've got with Rockbridge now, as part of the compromise of the agreement, y'all are going to help them seek out new leadership for the school district? Did I understand for the school? Is that what I understood you saying?
Yes, would be of assistance in the process. We obviously, I mean, that's obviously a board decision, but
right. But y'all are going to help them select somebody that can step into that role as superintendent to help. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand.
No, I mean, to the extent that we can. That again, that was one of the conditions for us moving forward, that piece be in the agreements.
So
there would be changes in leadership.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing you. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay. I think the only thing that we perhaps might not be saying is that it's really going to be call on the board's process. We would offer technical services around that, I'm sure, just as we do anything on an ongoing basis with them being our members.
But as a part of this agreement, y'all are going to help the board find somebody else. Y'all can't say hire this person, but you can say, hey, here's 5 people. What do you think?
Well, again, that's not spelled out to that level of detail. Again, it's their call. We're not going to be selecting their next director. That's not our not our ability to do.
We're trying to build some confidence in what we think service that they're going to receive.
Right, and as to that piece, again, it was a condition for us to provide additional services going forward, that there be leadership changes as I've expressed. I mean, again, the hiring of a superintendent is going to be a board function, or any other leadership is going to be a board function. To the extent that we are asked to assist in that process, we will be glad to do so.
And by when are they supposed to have a new superintendent?
June 30th.
Like coming up or next year?
And I'm hearing that Mr. Walters is preserving that line between board and services. So I'm hearing that.
I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on my next question for Mr. Bennett. Mr. Walters is a very good attorney, and he doesn't give a lot away. But what I picked up from what he said was, it's up to the board to make the right decisions and to ask for the right assistance. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you're not getting the service you need, he said to you, you need to keep asking for the right things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's what we will do.
Okay, I wanted to make sure you heard what I heard.
Okay.
Great
Thank
point,
you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So,
I work right beside a whole group of lawyers, so I'm used to it.
so I do have a question. So just for my fellow board members here. Yeah, no. So, Mr. Rogers, last time a huge concern for you was finance, and by this time we should have had more information, and we don't. But just based on where we are now, how comfortable are you with financial matters, and does the conversation we've just had with APSRC, are you feeling more comfortable going forward with financial issues?
In a word, no. I still have problems with the bid procedure. I still have problems with the segregation of duties. I'm concerned about what the leg audit's going to show next week. Opportunity. I wish we would have had to see that. I think the easiest thing that I could say is that if this was a traditional, then Fiscal Services Board probably would have already recommended early intervention on them. So I do have concerns going forward with, and I know that they've adopted the generalized policies that APSRC puts in them, but they are generalized, and so I'm concerned about how they're going to make that their own. And it really just the governance structure of it, having so much on, and I think Mr. Knuckles trying to do the right thing, but he's carrying a lot on his shoulders that I just don't know how that's going to work.
And I think I would agree too, because it just seems that the conversation today has been full of good intentions and promises, and just there's still such a lack of defined sustainable leadership. And I'm concerned by the fact that by now we don't have a definitive plan to have a special ed teacher on staff. I'm a little bit surprised that still trying to get some of the paperwork right, and just not without being really walked through processes, some of those things not being farther along than they are. And I'm just glancing here at some of the stats that on My School Info, and the student to teacher ratio is 27-1, and I went back and kind of looked at the number of teachers they have and the number of students they have, and just thinking through the number of people working there. And that was my observation when I went. There are a lot of students compared to the adults working there. So I share the concerns about, I don't know how the segregation of duties is going to be addressed, and some of those other leadership pieces. I do appreciate what we have heard from APSRC in terms of, already having talked about an agreement. And I think Ms. Smith made some good points, but I don't know that I feel quite the same way as feeling good about where we are in year 2 and feeling like it's okay to be there in year 2. So.
Dr. Gotcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could address our charter team, I'll just call that. I'll start with Ms. Mary Perry. And I'll ask you the same question that I asked Superintendent Knuckles. How would you rate their responsiveness since our last charter panel meeting?
I think they get a very good mark for effort. I am concerned about the quality.
Latter part again?
The quality of what we've received from them is a concern with quality.
Understood.
Cooperation and effort marked very highly.
Thank you. I'm encouraged by that. I think I want to follow up with what Ms. Smith offered, and I certainly appreciate colleagues' comments, and I do recognize there has been some changes in standards in terms of training, and I recognize some of the things that may have been offered in previous traditional and charter schools has not been afforded to this team. However, I think back to where I was a little over a month ago, whenever the time was. Number one, I'm encouraged by the comments and the transparency, Ms. Smith, of Superintendent Knuckles, and the responsiveness, albeit the quality may not be there, by the team, by institution. But now I trickle down to why we're all here, and that's about the students. When we think about what is best for our students in this state and the responsibility that we have, I look back at my notes and I'm just wondering, special ed team, are we at a point of no return and been able to provide the services to provide them what is federally required and our duty to support that? Are a new institution, and certainly there's a lot of grace in that, and I think grace has been given. But I think where I am today is the issue of the special ed students and wondering, can we move forward knowing the inadequacies that have existed at this point? So.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood, so I need to clarify some things. If I heard or understood correctly, you do have a contract, an intent for someone to come and work in the fall that is special ed certified, that currently works at the Lighthouse Charter.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And has your board already hired that person for next fall, or you just have the intent for that person to come?
She has given us a letter of intent for employment at Rockbridge in the fall. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have you taken, so has there been action on that for her to be hired for next year by the board?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
No,
so
no action.
we're waiting for the act, okay.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
That same person you currently have under contract to come and supervise your Ms. Gober. So they come, that same person who is special ed certified comes to your facility now and assist Ms. Gober in her duties while she's under her ALP.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And that is a special ed person.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Cheryl Wade. She is licensed with Lighthouse Charter in Pine Bluff.
Ms. Gober, are you currently in courses or classwork for your?
The next class I can take is starts.
You'll have to come to the microphone, please.
The next class I could take would be, it starts May 30th at ASU online.
With the changes occurring and the new special ed teacher coming in the fall, are you planning on still taking courses and enrolling in that course on May 30th?
I am currently doing that, yes, but the board meets between now and then, and there may be a reduction of force because of where I was brought in to where I am now, and that will determine that.
Okay, so right now you're saying that you're still planning on taking coursework?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if I heard earlier when they were talking about restructuring and stuff, the possibility of you being moved back to an administrative role. So even if you move back to an administrative role, are you still possibly looking at getting your special education?
Yes, because in charters, everybody wears several hats, and I could be that assistant person that would need with a full person on special ed.
Okay, so there is a plan, special education, for the school now and in the fall?
Yes, ma'am. In my mind's eye, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then the question about the finances, and Greg, the phrase has slipped my mind, the duty, the two people's signature, segregation of duties, thank you. has there been a finding of an issue with segregation of duties? Because when he explained the process that he approves, and then it goes to Ms. Gober, who is not related. Now, I think if it was going to his wife, that would be an issue. Goes to a separate person that's not related, and then goes to, so where is the problem there? Has there been a finding?
I don't know yet because we haven't got the legislative audit yet.
Okay.
That's the whole thing but when you look at what all he's covering, from everything through being one of the person who approves bills to the off on invoices to the person who signs off on contracts once it has board approval, he is wearing a lot of hats. And it is a problem, it's even a problem in a lot of smaller school districts too, but there is a lot of hats that under the finance role that he is having to wear. So if there is not a segregation of duties audit finding on it, I would be surprised. I know that there's going to be one for sure. No, not yet,
Okay.
but that hasn't been issued yet.
Is it written in policy? Do you have it written in policy somewhere that you have a second person who checks you that's not related? Is that written anywhere? The assigned person who's doing, is that written down anywhere, or has that just been a, and how long has that practice been in place of the 2 approvals?
I do not know the answer to that question, Ms. Smith.
Since you've been the superintendent, have you always had a second person approve your finances once you approve them?
Yes, ma'am.
Has that person always been someone that's not related?
For signing off on the
Yes.
for signing off on the checks, that's correct.
But without a written policy, to which they just adopted now, and I don't even know what's all in it, that will be a finding. If it is not written, when the auditor comes and look at it, if they don't have a policy bid for segregation duties, who approves it, who doesn't, those can potentially be findings. I'm not saying they are, because I haven't
Right.
seen it. I want to keep saying that. I'm not saying that they're going to have any findings.
So if they do have findings, and earlier you said, based on everything that you've seen right now, if they were a public school, they would have been put into fiscal intervention, early intervention, not fiscal distress.
No.
Early intervention. Okay. I guess for me today, in contrast to where we've been, from someone who was academic distress, physical distress, long-standing academic distress, to brand new, I think 2 different places. I'm still saying there's issues that have to be corrected, but I did hear a plan about special education today. I did hear a plan that at least had a balance, or seemed to be some balance in the accounting procedures, but they still have cleanup to do and a plan on how that could be corrected. So I just wanted to clarify some of that today.
Dr. Pfeffer?
And Ms. Davis, you alluded to this earlier, and I want to follow back up on it. With the transition, because this was all, at our last meeting, it was very clear really who was in the leadership role at the school, and since then, Mr. Knuckles, it has kind of solidified that he is that in charge of the everyday operations, but that was never a board decision, is that correct? Or is that something we're wondering right now? And where does that leave things?
Well, I'm not sure if that was a board decision by their sponsoring entity that hired them, much like a school board would hire, the superintendent. It's a little unclear on that. I don't have any documentation on him being hired as in the financial position. So, yeah, kind of unclear. So, and they might have approved, the entity, the board may have approved his hiring as superintendent, but it wouldn't come through us anyways for commissioner approval.
Right. I was just trying to think about that, and does that make any difference with anything right now?
Well, I mean, I had sent several questions in trying to figure this out to the charter office, because it does seem, and I think Ms. Gober had just said it, that they all wear several hats, and I think that has been at least a confusion for mine, is that they're all wearing multiple hats and trying to figure out what hat are they wearing in what situation in order for us to do.
Because I've seen the org chart change with,
Right.
with those names there, but when you look at the, the salary schedule or the list of employees, you still have the same things with people. And I realize when changes
Right.
are made in the middle of the year, but okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
I guess it's just a comment that while what you're saying, I do, yeah, they have been trying to get it, but it's in the past month. And that concerns me, that it took Lisa requesting a full review to get them in front of us last month to flesh out all the problems that they had concerning the whole thing, from special ed to finance to go back in a month and then jump through every hoop, get APSRC to get a special agreement with them, have a whole new board. All this happened in the past month because special ed started asking the questions. And my concern is, yeah, they are new, but it took us on them to get there when there's 150 kids sitting at this school. And it scares the crap out of me that what if we wouldn't ask those questions and those 150 kids are there and those 20 kids are there with the IEPs weren't getting what they needed. So while we've been giving them kudos today, I'm still not happy about it because it took our people catching it and saying, y'all are messing up to get them here. And so I guess I would just want to be balanced on that yeah, they've jumped to a whole lot in the last month, but it's only because there were 2 votes to close them last month. And so that I just want to just comment on that I'm glad that they're trying as hard as they are and do everything they are. But what happened if we wouldn't have said that? And I know we can't answer that question because we're here now, but that's just my concern.
Mr. Bennett?
If I could make one final comment, through the discussions, Dave, I haven't had the opportunity to bring this up, but we have looked at doing is bringing on a compliance officer to help us with these governance issues with finance, and we've actually had the possibility to apply for some grant money to assist with their salary as well. So that is one option that we are definitely exploring, and we would like to take advantage of if given the opportunity. Just to help us be better stewards of the money, of the public funds that's being entrusted to us, and to hopefully make sure that we're educating the children as we need to.
Hopefully the lesson today is the minute you know there's a problem, you start asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
It's never a weakness to ask for help.
No, ma'am.
It's a sign of strength.
Yes, ma'am. And since I'm new to the board, I'm new to the problems, but my intention is that if we see a problem while I'm on the board, I would like to address it head on and address it as quickly as possible and take advantage of the charter school staff here at the Department of Education and the APRC. They've both been very wonderful through this process in helping us. I feel like everybody wants us to succeed and wants a school to succeed, and I just hope that we continue to have that opportunity.
There's no person in this room that'll say no to you if you ask. And if they do, you let us know.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Any other comments, questions? I'll accept a motion when you're ready.
And a question for Ms. Davis?
Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues that we need to discuss?
I do not. I'm sure y'all have covered it all.
And the same.
We do like to be thorough.
And the same 4 options.
Yes, you can take no action, you can modify their charter, you can place them on probation, or you may revoke them.
Let me ask a clarifying question on the take no action. So we tabled last month. If the board decided to table to come back in and check, do they automatically pick it up next month? Or could they table to a further out time?
Generally, you table to the next meeting.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I say that just so that way, if you decided that you wanted them to come back in 2 months, then that would be another full hearing, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
And one special ed clarifying question. 72 days of missed instruction for students. Ms. Haley, is that could be made up through before the start of the second school year? And if that doesn't happen, I'm just still not clear. What if kids are underserved?
So it's not, like I said, hour for hour. So
Sure.
It doesn't necessarily mean if they miss 72 hours, they're going to provide 72 hours of compensatory education. It means whatever they determine is appropriate, once we review and accept that. But we have the option to withhold funds in special education too, in addition to findings of noncompliance. And so if the district is not complying with what's set forth in their action plan, that would be an option open to us. And then we could recommend further action either through the panel or, standards of accreditation or whatever the appropriate entity would be.
Understood.
I'm ready for a motion.
Can I ask one more question of Ms. Davis? Can you, the waivers that the charter has in terms of licensure is for the superintendent and the principal and teachers and?
They have waivers of, hang on, I've got the waiver chart up here. They do have a waiver of, employment for personnel. They do have a waiver of principal, and they do have a waiver of the superintendent license. And of course, all associated rules and standards that would go along with it.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to put Rockbridge Montessori on probation, and within that probation, they have a 90-day report. Every 90 days, they submit a report to the charter office addressing the areas of special ed, governance, finance, and required reporting. Within 90 days, if the charter office sees that there is a problem, they can bring it to our attention at the charter authorizing panel. But it's not about them coming before us every 90 days. It's them putting in a report with the charter office for them to check on those specific 4 areas of concern.
Second.
Can I do that? No?
No, you can do that. That's fine. I just would probably say that instead of maybe putting a time limit on how long they're going to be on probation, that maybe at some point you would like for them to come back maybe in a year for a complete review by you or something of that nature, so that way it's not just on the charter office for every 90 days and that they may stay on probation perpetually, but they're doing great or not doing great.
Okay, so within a year then it would be reviewed to determine whether or not they're off probation or they continue on.
Yeah, I would just say with probation status to be reviewed in a year.
In a year, okay.
Do you agree to that?
So there would be 4 reports, 3 reports submitted to the charter office. The 4th report would be an annual review with us.
And before I second, it doesn't change our opportunity to bring them back at any time if, exactly.
We can bring them back at any time.
Right, and you could do that on your own information or on any of the reports from the charter office.
Discussion?
My reason for making that motion is I do think there are big concerns today that have been shared. I do think there is a plan of action, but as Mr. Rogers stated, we've had a lot of action in a month. Can it be maintained? I don't know. This 90-day report in the charter office, they can put their hand on the pulse to determine, are they doing what they said they would do with APSRC? Are they doing what they said and committed to us with their special ed teacher? Does that person actually start in the fall? Attendant. I mean, I think there are several things that have been testified today that report can do a 90-day, can do a check. And I think the charter office can make a streamlined process of what that report looks like, the information they need, and not make it be something that is burdensome, but does it address the concerns? That was my reason and intent for the motion.
Dr. Pfeffer?
You said then that the review would take place within a year. Could we ensure that the review would take place in time so that if overall progress had not been made, the recommendation, I mean, at some, you're not going to set a date for April or May or March for the review?
I think if we got to September or October next year and they were submitting a report and the charter office said they didn't have a special ed teacher, they didn't make the as they're supposed to governance-wise, the board is isn't, Mr. Morgan has attended meetings and there's a lack of governance by the board, then that report would come to us, and then we could call them back in immediately.
You'll have 3 reports by January.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the discussion, Smith, because while I support the probationary motion, if by September, October, grave concerns emerge again, I would not feel comfortable as a panel member moving forward with students underserved yet another year. So, okay.
And acknowledging that within this time period, they are going to have special ed compliance findings. So they're going to have to address those issues. Mr. Lester today asked about Title I, and, are they going to follow up on it? There are several things that, whether or not those have been addressed.
And the exit legislative audit also.
Yeah, the legislative audit piece that's coming in there. I mean, I think those things only time we're going to, but I think at the same time, we do have concerns. If they're not corrected and we're not satisfied, then at any time you can bring them back in. But I don't think we need to drag them in here every month. And I don't think they need to come before us every 30 days. I think that's why we have expanded the charter office with more people so that they can address some of these specific.
Would we need to have an end date, though, when either you will be off probation or a determination will be made? Do we need to have some type of...
There's a review. There will be a full review within
1 year from now? Okay.
Within. So probably February, if not before. Any other discussion? Motion's been made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Dr. Gocher to put Rockbridge Montessori Academy on probation with a review within 1 year by this panel, with 90-day reports going to the charter office. The gist.
That's a very good gist.
All right. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Dr. Gocher?
Place on probation.
Ms. Haley?
For the motion to place on probation.
Mr. Lester?
For the motion to put on probation.
Dr. Pfeffer?
For the motion to place on probation.
Mr. Rogers?
No.
Dr. Saunders? Not in here. Ms. Smith?
For the motion.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Motion carries. If you'll give us a moment to write out the reasons, and then we'll read those reasons to you. And then we'll have any comments.
I voted for the motion to approve the probation. Concerns have been well noted and a new direction appears to have taken place. I strongly encourage the new board to take its place and move this school towards excellence.
Ms. Haley?
I voted for the motion continuing concerns with special education program administration and most importantly, services to students with disabilities. I would expect that future reports to the charter office be comprehensive and of quality, not just quantity.
Mr. Lester?
Voted for the motion. Although I agree that there are several areas of concern, I think that provide the appropriate choice at this time.
Dr. Pfeffer?
I voted for the motion. During the past month, I do acknowledge that the charter has begun to address concerns. I think that the probation sends the message that this is a limited time in which we expect that changes will begin, not just addressing, but seeing the real change. So I did vote in favor.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted against it. While I appreciate the charter's sense of urgency to change or adopt policies to address our concerns, I still have a lot of concerns with finance, sped, and overall governance. I hope the charter takes this opportunity on probation to continue to improve.
Ms. Smith?
Voted for it. I believe probationary status will address the concerns of this panel. I would encourage Rockbridge to continue to work with the charter unit and APS.
Any final comments? I do appreciate your sharing of information today. Mr. Bennett, heavy work falls to you and to the board, but I hope that, and I feel confident that your board is walking away with a sense of urgency. And I think, as Ms. Haley alluded to, is that we're not looking to see that things are starting, we're looking to see that things are changing. So kids deserve the very best. Thank you. Ms. Perry or Ms. Boyd, do we have any additional business today?
No, ma'am.
We're glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
I'll accept.
Yeah, please stop.